Alright, hello. We're back at it again. And now we continue with Trials of Innocence, Chapter 4. Or should I say Chapter 4? Another typo. But, yeah, we're going to enter what seems to be a flashback sequence, so my guess is Chapter 4 is going to be probably the longest chapter in the game. Maybe Chapter 5, I don't know. But we shall see. We shall look into the past of 5 years ago. Go. Oh dear. Seriously, why is it always the window mode games that are glitching out? Okay.
Well, I thought security would be impeccable at such a large-scale international event. But who would have known during the Universal Games? A police officer will be found dead in the sauna of the athlete's rest area. Well, as the host, our country must be like ants on a hot pan right now. No wonder this case is being rushed for trial. Fortunately, the suspect in this case was seized on the spot after the crime, which spared a lot of trouble. Hold on, I'm the defense lawyer. How could I think this is a good thing? We hardly had a serious talk at the detention center yesterday. Although I found some evidence at the crime scene during the investigation, many details haven't been confirmed with the client. If Dad didn't insist I defend his old friend, I really wouldn't take on such a troublesome case. Tch, what a headache. How could I possibly deduce anything with such scant evidence? Thank goodness I arrived early. I must confirm with him personally before the trial begins. Huh? Something's flying towards me. Is it aiming for my temple? Ha! I got it! Huh? This is a chalk stub.
Is that his dad? What voice do I give you?
Ahem, Charlie. Are you calling me?
When your name is called, you should answer here.
Here? Wait a minute, why am I obeying him?
Your voice is loud and clear. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Now let's check your assignment.
Huh? What assignment?
Your current assignment is defending your teacher. It was assigned yesterday and now you've forgotten. How irresponsible.
It seems there was indeed such an assignment. Wait a moment. Sains?
It's Mr. English.
Yes, Mr. English. The full name of this Mr. English is Sains English. If I remember correctly, he should be a well-known math professor in the country. It's hard to imagine from his appearance that he was once my father's comrade. After leaving the army, he got into scientific research. What a complete turnaround. Mr. English, everything came up so suddenly, and I spent a lot of time on paperwork yesterday. So, there are still many things to clarify. Would you... Ah! You almost hit my eye!
Sharpening your sword when charging forward? Are you serious?
Hey, I didn't want this either. Faced with this surprise test, there's no choice.
Well then, let's review before the exam. Charlie, you ask questions and I'll answer them one by one. Everything I say is key points, so take notes.
Yes. Speaking of which, this case came too suddenly. I haven't even had the chance to do a background investigation on the client. Mr. English. I heard you're a famous mathematician.
Nonsense, I'm right here in front of you. Do you need to hear it from others?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to have a basic knowledge of you. It might help with the defense.
I see. Want to hear about my achievements? Just ask. The topic I dedicate myself is the Goldberg's infinite series unilateral decrease theory. Understand?
Not at all.
While researching, I enjoy cultivating the next generation, so I offered an optional course at the public university.
So you're a math teacher there.
Oh wait, hold on. I completely forgot to do something. Okay, there we go.
Right. Mr. English is a respectful title for you younger folks. My peers call me Sains.
So you're a math teacher named Sains English. How crazy is his name? Our meeting was really rushed yesterday. Could you repeat what you did on the day of the incident?
I've told you many times, but you didn't pay attention at all.
Huh?
Fine, I'll explain again.
Okay.
Where is your pen? Get ready to take notes.
Yes, I got it.
On that day, the reason why I wasn't in the office studying the 8th major mathematical problem was all related to a part-time job I was doing. So answer me.
Huh?
Have you heard of the Crimson Ultra-Realistic Robot Research Center?
Yes. It's the top intelligent robots research institution across the country, right?
Exactly. I am a research consultant in the center.
A research consultant? I see.
For this year's Universal Games, the center has provided 2 intelligent robots for volunteer services. And I am the volunteer responsible for escorting the robots to the venue. I am a volunteer of the Universal Games Volunteers. That means I'm a volunteer of the Universal Games. Make sure to understand the logic here.
Yes. Volunteer. Seems like Chief Thomas did provide evidence related to that. Ah, here he is. So you used this to enter and exit the stadium, right?
Correct. That is the one and only solution.
According to your statement yesterday, you entered the statement at 9 a.m. on the incident day to deliver the 2 robots, right?
That's right, and the police officers responsible for security can check.
Something there.
That's right, and the police officers responsible for security check can prove that. I conducted initial testing of the 2 robots. By noon, I left the stadium.
By noon? So it was precisely 12, right? Let me see. Records show that you returned to the stadium around 2:45 p.m. May I ask what you did during this period?
Isn't it obvious? I went to have lunch. For such a simple theorem, does it really require further deduction?
Why did you take 3 hours for lunch?
What a silly question. Teachers are humans. We need rest, of course. Balance is key in all things. Without proper rest, even the strongest will crumble. Got it?
Yes, got it. So after returning to the stadium at 2:45 p.m., what did you do next?
Surely, you still can't understand how tiring it is to run along a sine curve.
Are you referring to the ups and downs of the event? I got it, I guess.
Nonsense, I'm telling you to give me a break before the next question. You forgot what I just taught you in the blink of an eye. Copy it 30 times after class.
Not again. I remember now. Yesterday he punished me to copy dozens of function formulas. That's why I couldn't finish asking. I better ask something else first. Feels like if I keep pressing, I'll end up being thrown more chalk. By the way, the reason I took on this case was because of my father's recommendation. I heard that you were comrades. Were you close?
Close? Of course not. Oh wait, close? Of course. Not. More than that.
More than that?
We were comrades bound by life and death. You young folk wouldn't understand such things. You are all too young. Too young, you know. Spoiled and naive.
Yes, I know. Without the blood and sacrifice of the older generation, we wouldn't be where we are today. So you and my father were in the same unit back then, right? What was its name? Mr. English? Did I say something wrong? Why did his face suddenly change?
Is that what your father taught you? To pry into others' personal lives?
No, I didn't mean it. He didn't.
This time I will give you a lesson on his behalf. Don't ask about personal matters, remember?
Got it? I never really found out where Dad served. I heard it was not a famous unit. Why did you react so intensely when I mentioned it? Fine. It's not related to the case anyway. I'll ask Dad later. Intelligent robots. Feels like quite a high-end thing.
Oh, you think so?
I saw them at the stadium during my investigation yesterday, so I had a brief observation. But not carefully. Is this topic too complicated?
No, not at all. It seems you're quite interested.
Well, not exactly. Anyway, it's fine if you're not comfortable discussing it.
A teacher's duty is to impart knowledge. There is no discomfort.
Now why do you look so serious?
Here, do you see those two things behind us? The ones covered by the cloth beside the sofa.
Some eerie green light are leaking from there, so they must be...
Yes, they're the volunteer robots provided by the research center.
Oh, so they were brought here. But why cover them in cloth?
The appearance of the two robots is extremely lifelike. At first glance, they look just like real people. If not covered, they would scare the passerby to death.
That makes sense. But since they're robots, they can move, right?
Unfortunately, no. The creator only perfected their appearance, but hadn't developed matching AI yet. Currently, the two can only play pre-recorded voice guideline and scan if you're sick or not.
They can even diagnose. That's quite advanced. I really want to take a look. Wait, why did the two things end up here?
Is your head just a decoration?
Does that mean I should figure it out myself? I understand. The robots are also evidence of the case. They were placed here because they're too large.
Correct. Looks like you're not that dumb. But they can only be considered as references. The official evidence has probably been taken by the prosecution.
Oh, well. Since they're evidence, I am supposed to check them out now.
Did I teach you not to touch national top-secret property without permission?
Sorry. I didn't even reach out my hand.
But since you're so eager for knowledge, I promise. If you pass today's test, I'll make an exception and show you the robots.
Really?
Take it as a fee for the defense.
Hey, don't mix them together. I've got the basic background information. Can we continue discussing the case?
Alright, time for class. So, where were we?
After 2:45 p.m., when you returned to the stadium.
Ah, yes. At that time, there were two entrances in front of me, the audience entrance and the staff entrance. In the spirit of scholarly rigor, I went for the staff entrance.
He is a volunteer with credentials. It's natural for him to choose the staff entrance. Wait a moment. Mr. English, may I interrupt?
It's commendable for a student to interrupt the teacher to ask questions. What's yours?
As far as I know, matches start after 2:30 p.m. Non-staff members were not allowed to enter the stadium freely, right?
Good point, Charlie. But my role wasn't to debug robots, which could be considered a type of on-site staff, so I was allowed to enter.
I see.
Once inside the stadium, I went straight through the iron gate on the right.
Okay. So, surveillance, athletes, rest area. Okay, there's a staff entrance there.
According to the plan, to the right after entering through the staff entrance is... Hey, that's the athlete's shower room. What were you doing over there?
Rules, respect the rules. Haven't you forgotten? In class, you raise your hand and shout "excuse me" to speak.
Is this military training or class?
Considering it's your first offense, I'll let it slide for now.
So, why did you enter through the iron gate then?
In fact, I noticed the iron gate earlier, but it was locked in the morning. The key to learning is to double check, you know.
I know. So what happened next?
So in the afternoon, I went to check it again.
And it wasn't locked?
Exactly, so I pushed the door and went in.
And then the crime occurred.
I am a professor, not a prophet. How could I have predicted a murder case? I entered without hesitation, simply to unravel a puzzle. A puzzle.
A puzzle? What puzzle?
Don't interrupt, it's my explanation time.
Oh, okay.
When I saw the door labeled sauna, I suddenly felt a strong urge to take a look. The keen intuition cultivated by years of researching in math told me that the key to unlocking all puzzles was inside.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. English, but I have something to ask.
What now?
What you saw is sauna, right?
Exactly.
It was the women's gymnastics individual all-around final held that day. As a volunteer at the venue, you must know that only female athletes present can use the sauna, right?
Exactly.
So the strong urge you mentioned refers to...
Who's the teacher now? Are you teaching me what to do?
No. Please continue, please.
After all these years of teaching, you are truly the worst student I've ever had.
So what did you mean by the strong urge?
That is, an urge, to survey the terrain.
Survey the terrain of the sauna. What's there to survey?
Obviously the delicate bond, I mean, the intricate walls. Walls, understand?
Although I haven't been to the scene, I didn't see anything intricate about the walls in the photos.
Oh, I have a headache all over my body. After teaching for so many years, I've never seen such a dumb student.
How could you have a headache all over the body? Alright, I got it. So you went to the sauna to peep, right?
Peep? How could you call it peeping?
Of course it was peeping. Why else would you go into the women's sauna? Alright, I got this part. Please continue.
Anyway, I pushed open the door and walked straight in. But I didn't expect that instead of the wonderful sight I imagined. What stood before me after the steam was cleared was... a man!
Huh? Another peeping Tom?
I took a closer look and it turned out he was a police officer.
A police officer? Is he the victim of the case?
Exactly.
So that's how we came across the victim.
Without a word, he pulled out his pistol and pointed it at me, asking me to put my hands on my head and lie down. It was unbearable.
I'd probably do the same if I were him.
I was a bit panicked at the time, just as I was at a loss. The officer suddenly coughed. So I took advantage of this increasing function interval and rushed forward. With a single chop, I knocked his pistol away. Then we started grappling. Fortunately, having been in the army, I haven't lost my touch.
Wait a sec.
You said you knocked away his pistol with a single chop and then started grappling with him.
That's right. Is this concept too difficult to understand?
No. It's not the concept, but your actions. Don't you realize this was attacking police?
What's the big deal about attacking an officer?
I suddenly feel so dizzy. I don't think you need to be in court anymore.
What? You're going to refuse my help and do the work yourself? Independence is commendable, but don't think it's so easy.
No, I can't defend you at all. Is there any rational citizen who would attack an unarmed police officer?
And as an excellent former special soldier, how could I just sit back when an enemy had a pistol pointed at me?
But you're going to sit back and wait to be judged in the defendant's seat later, aren't you?
Looking back now, the officer was pretty impressive. We fought for quite a while in the sauna and made a mess before I managed to grab his pistol. It's a real pity that such an outstanding police officer died.
How dare you say that? It's you who initiated the attack. Ahem. If my inference is correct, it's you who grabbed the victim's pistol and fired at him, right?
I won't deny that. However, I won't deny that. Well, honesty is an important quality for a role model.
Hey, you originally planned to peep there, so why did you have to kill the patrolling police officer?
Kill? You said I killed him?
Huh? But you admitted you had fired the pistol.
So what? Is shooting equal to killing?
Well, not necessarily, but he died from being shot.
Upon hearing the gunshot, I suddenly realized I wasn't a special forces soldier anymore, but a teacher. Luckily, the bullet didn't hit him. I've been handling guns before you were born, and I knew that for sure.
What? Are you suggesting that the officer was still alive after the gunshot?
Well, in the spirit of scientific rigor, I can only say, I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes, during our struggle, we knocked over a barrel full of water. The sauna was completely covered in steam, and I couldn't see anything when I pulled the trigger. If not for that, the shot wouldn't have missed.
So you mean that after firing the pistol, you didn't confirm whether he's alive or not, right?
Exactly. With all that steam, I couldn't see anything.
So the barrel that fell over at the scene was kicked over during their struggle. And what happened next?
After that, I was planning to return the way I came, but I was intercepted by a whole squad of police. Even though I can take on 5 alone, there were 12 of them.
Seriously? You actually considered fighting against them? So, you claimed you only committed peeping and attacking a police officer, but no murder, correct?
The attack thing is true, but as for the peeping, I only saw one man fully clothed. How could you call it peeping?
That's the logic of a scoundrel.
Got a pervy teacher here.
Alright, Charlie. You pretty much asked all you need, right? The class's bell is about to ring.
Your actions were just shocking. I'm speechless.
Of course, being a role model means making an unforgettable impression on students.
Don't take that as a compliment.
The bailiff over there is waving us in. See you in court. Prepare yourself before the battle. Don't let your teacher down.
Dad, how could you set me up like this? What kind of client did you get for me? Why on earth am I defending this perverted lunatic who attacked a police officer without hesitation? Well, complaining won't change anything. The authorization has been signed, and out of professional ethics, I must see it through. There's only a little time left. I should go over the case again.
Okay, so what's all the evidence I got? Alright, so this is a younger Charlie Drake. He doesn't have the beard stubble on around his chin. Sings English. No. There's the dead police officer. Maintenance notice of sauna. Closed temporarily from June 3rd due to heat dissipation system malfunction and the inability to vent mist. We apologize for inconvenience for on it. It's a bullet found at the crime scene that killed the victim. It was fired from the same pistol. Results of the women's gymnastic all-around competition. Erika Kujio, Cyan Millers, played Snowdodo, Iris Braid, Chun Mung, Tifro Imar, Matuda Shinon, Pierre Oros, women's all-around medalists, so Cyan 1 gold, Erika 1 silver, and Plate 1 bronze. Okay. Don't know how important that is, but...
The crime scene of this case is in a sports facility called the Apex Stadium. The crime occurred during the Universal Games, specifically during the women's gymnastics individuals all-around final. The defendant, Saints English, is a volunteer, escorted 2 intelligent robots into the stadium at around 9:15 a.m. He left around 12 p.m. and came back at 2:45 p.m. with an excuse to debug robots. And his actual purpose was to peep in the sauna. Then he met the victim who was somehow there and they had a fight. In the end, Saints English fired a shot at the victim and was seized by the police upon leaving the scene. So, the situation looks really bad for us. Wait a minute, I found this at the scene yesterday. Due to a malfunction in the heat dissipation system, the sauna was actually undergoing maintenance on the day of the incident, so it's unlikely that any female athletes would be bathing inside. Mr. English really had bad luck. Wait, no. If the sauna couldn't be used, why would the victim, a police officer, go in there? The trial's about to start. But I'm feeling less confused. But I'm still feeling confused. It's so frustrating.
You, Brad, you look like you just ate a fly. Oh. Oh, it's his mentor.
Whoa, Chief Thomas, when did you come in?
Ha ha ha. Relax.
How can a big guy like you walk in so quietly?
Ahem. Observing others' movements is a necessary skill for a lawyer. You're still not there yet.
Encountering such a tricky situation, yet he still laughs so heartily. He's Amun Thomas, the chief of Thomas and Drake Co., where I work. Chief Thomas's appearance. Well, clients often say he looks like a mafia boss. But when it comes to work, he's actually a very meticulous person. There's so much I can learn from this guy.
Hey, are you calling me this guy again in your mind?
Whoa, how can you even guess that?
Ahem. Now is not time for chit-chat. I've already looked into the details of this case. You're in a tough spot, boy. Luck is not on your side.
Then why are you laughing so heartedly?
But there's some good news. Your opponent today is a newcomer.
What? The Procuratoriate entrusted to such a big case to a newbie?
I don't understand what they're thinking either. According to Thoth, that girl is his last student. Because the case is significant, he will stand alongside her at the prosecution's seat.
Wait, the Thoth you said. You mean Thoth Schubert, right?
Who else could it be?
Well, I can understand having a newcomer, but Thoth Schubert is the chief prosecutor. In this city, the only one who can match him is our retired Master Hush. The case is already a mess, but I have to deal with two people at once? Can't you give me a hand?
Ahem. Come on, that's too much to ask. They haven't paid for 2 lawyers, so I'll just sit in the audience.
Huh?
Crush the young one with your extensive defense experience, then beat the old one with the youthful creativity. Well, think about it this way. I'm sure you'll be fine. Come on, kid, I believe in you.
Hey, it's not gonna be that easy.
By the way, here's a piece of evidence I collected yesterday. You better put it away for now. Fingerprint combination. The lock of the locker number 26 in the Apex Stadium. Fingerprint of the athlete has been recorded. Only the matching fingerprint can unlock it. Okay.
Huh? Where did you find it?
I got it yesterday at the stadium.
But I went there with you. How come I didn't know when you got it?
It was when you were focusing on the 2 robots. I have no clue about those high-tech gadgets. As I passed by locker number 26, I felt a strong urge to open it and take a look.
Why was there a strong urge? And why specifically locker number 26?
Because I observed the stars the day before and noticed a chilling wind blowing around that locker.
Simply put, there was unnatural airflow around the locker. Chief's observation and perceptive skills are top-notch. There's probably something strange inside the locker.
To get to the bottom of it, I just tore the locker door open.
Huh? Tore it open?
The door lock required fingerprint verification, and mine didn't work, so I had to resort to brute force.
Wait, that's not the point. Chief, isn't it vandalism? And it was even at a crime scene.
Don't worry, I'll handle that.
What exactly do you plan to do to handle it?
Everything's set. It's getting late. If you're late, you're going to embarrass the office, so hurry up and get in.
Well...
Remember, keep your wits about you.
Sometimes I really can't understand what Chief is thinking. A fingerprint combination lock with unnatural airflow. I don't know what I can do with it. Never mind. Time to brace myself and push forward. Since I'm stuck with the case, I've got no choice but to give it my all. Let Prosecutor Schubert and the new guys see what a future top lawyer is made of.
July 6, 9:25 a.m. District Court, Quarter Number 1. Oh, Chinese voice acting. Oh, he's against Luna. Wait, was there any mention that? Yeah, because I initially saw the art. It said it looked like Luna was next to Schubert. Oh, so wait, was Luna Wait, was it mentioned that Luna was a prosecutor before she switched over? Maybe there might be some mention of it.
那么，关于天虹体育场内刑警遇害
Whoops.
一案，现在开庭。
辩护方已经准备完毕。
检控方也准备好了。
That is Luna, I think. Is that Luna?
So this is Prosecutor Schubert's last student. Seems much younger than I imagined.
根据各位提交的资料来看，辩护方是神龙律师事务所的龙秋风，而检控方这边，则是第一次上法庭的新人检察官雷东雪。
So she was a prosecutor. Okay, and then she switched sides. And then she switched over to becoming a defense attorney instead. Okay.
那个，我确认一下，本场庭审的检察官真的是这位只有18岁的小姐。
Yeah, that's a really young prosecutor.
Huh? 18 years old?
Yes, though she's young, she already has a bachelor's degree, and passed the judicial exam with full marks. The procuratorate. Wait, yeah, the procuratorate. The procuratorate. The procuratorate needs fresh blood like her. What she lacks is just practical experience. Today, I'm merely her assistant. I hope you understand.
我明白了，本庭会期待这位新人的表现。既然这是雷检第一次出庭，按照惯例，我还是先问你几个简单的。
不需要。如此简单明确的案情和罪大恶极的嫌犯，多耽误1分钟也会令人不适。
This fucking bitch.
为了避免对面的律师盘算着什么花招，我还是直接做开庭陈述吧。
What a young upstart she was.
也好，
Despite her young age, she must be a tough nut to
那
crack.
么就请检控方开始吧。
On July 4th, during the world-class major event held at the Apex Stadium, a horrifying incident occurred. Senior Detective Caliburn Stone, affiliated with the local Criminal Investigation Bureau, was shot and killed at the stadium. Almost simultaneously, the police apprehended the fleeing suspect within the stadium. The suspect, Sains English, is currently a professor at university. However, according to the prosecution's investigation, he had a period of military service, although the military identification number could not be ascertained. It can demonstrate the defendant's capability to commit the crime. Furthermore, based on ballistic analysis of the crime scene, the trajectory of the bullet matches the defendant's height. The key terms of this case are highly skilled, assaulting officers to seize firearms, fleeing, apprehended on the spot. To elaborate further, the outline of the case is clear, the facts are abundant, and there is no room for dispute. That's all. Wow. This was Luna when she was younger?
Order, order.
Well, well. Is she really a newbie? This is gonna be tough.
Huh. That's a perfect prosecution statement.
But on the incident day, the stadium was filled with tens of thousands of spectators, along with hundreds of staff and athletes. Why did the police only suspect the defendant?
If you can't even understand something as simple as that, can you still call yourself a lawyer?
Oh, I'm all ears.
Firstly, during the investigation, the defendant admitted to shooting the victim. Of course, the results of the gunpowder reaction test alone also confirmed it. Secondly, after receiving intelligence, the police went to the designated location and only found the defendant.
Huh?
Lastly, the defendant was in a state of extreme panic while fleeing. All these suspicious behaviors indicate that he is the murderer. In conclusion, I hope Your Honor can make a decisive ruling and immediately pass judgment on the defendant.
Objection.
Well, well. Prosecutor Ray, no need to rush things. This case is significant and occurred at a sensitive time. Do you really want to seek judgment based on just a few statements?
What do you mean by that? Are you questioning the credibility of the prosecution's investigation and evidence?
Of course not. It's just that the defense also has some questions to ask. For example, you mentioned that the police found the defendant after receiving intelligence. So what was the content of this intelligence? Also, as far as I know, the incident occurred inside the shower facility for female athletes. And the event held in the stadium that day was a women's competition. Leaving aside the defendant for now, why would the victim, a male police officer, go to such a place?
Be right back.
Okay, we're back at it.
Objection!
Are you implying some filthy topics? I will not allow you to insult. Calm down. His question is reasonable. Fine.
I believe the question I just raised is also a doubt for many present here. Your Honor, what do you think?
I also find it quite puzzling.
Therefore, the defense requests to summon the police officer who participated in the arrest operation at the time to testify. As long as the process of the defendant's arrest can be explained in detail, many doubts will be resolved.
What a nuisance. For the sake of the judge, I'll agree to it this time. The prosecution has prepared the most suitable witness for the matter. Can we proceed?
Summoning a witness is a big deal. Do you need me to demonstrate?
No need. If I can't handle this, I wouldn't dare to stand here. Mr. Drake, I'll give you a warning. After questioning this witness, you might cry your eyes out.
Is the witness an onion?
Well then, let the prosecution summon the witness.
I haven't even tried yet. Why is the witness crying first?
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Detective Sanford? Murderer! Eh? He's the murderer. What's wrong with you? Why don't you look him up?
Witness, what is the meaning of this?
Detective Sanford, the court is still in progress. Please remain calm. I'm sorry. I lost control again.
Is this the detective involved in the arrest? Is everything okay with her?
It's okay. I'll ask again. Can you please introduce yourself? Okay. My name is Lily Sanford. I'm a detective at the local Criminal Investigation Bureau. The victim, Carl, was my husband.
Order!
So she's the widow of the victim.
Prosecutor Ray, since you passed the judicial exam in full marks, you should be aware of the effectiveness of her testimony.
Of course. According to Article 109, Paragraph 2 of the relevant legislation, testimony unfavorable to the defendant given by a witness with a conflict of interest must be carefully considered by the court. Detective Sanford, as the victim's widow, indeed meets this condition.
Wow, to be able to recite such a long legal provision offhand, she truly deserves to be a top scorer in the judicial exam.
However, the victim and the witness were not only life partners, but also colleagues in their work. On the day of the incident, they were both responsible for security at Apex Stadium, and were familiar with the layout. Additionally, she was also involved in dispatching personnel, and was one of the officers who apprehended the defendant. Logically and ethically, Detective Sanford's testimony holds significant value for the court.
Makes sense. The court will carefully consider her testimony. Defense, do you have any objections?
No objections. We also want to know the detailed process of the arrest.
Perfect.
One more thing. The witness is currently in extreme grief. I doubt the defense, being so rough and unsophisticated, would understand what it means to handle things delicately. Your Honor, I request close supervision of his questioning.
Huh? I haven't even said anything yet.
Prosecutor Ray's proposal is reasonable. The court indeed needs to be mindful of the witness's emotions. Mr. Drake, did you hear that? If you put too much pressure on the witness, you'll face punishment.
Understood.
Huh.
Well, I haven't even done anything, and she's already putting handcuffs on me. Looks like today's trial is bound to be extremely troublesome.
So, Detective Sanford?
Carl.
Detective Sanford, it's your turn to testify.
The murderer. There's no doubt it's him. This is non-negotiable.
Calm down. You may begin.
The victim was a detective at the local Criminal Investigation Bureau. Doing security with me at Apex Stadium during the incident. The body was discovered in the sauna in the athlete's rest area. That's also where the incident occurred. Carl died from a gunshot wound to the right chest, and he had many other injuries on his body. The time of death, according to the investigation, was between 2 p.m. and 4:48 p.m. The murder weapon was an police-issue pistol left at the crime scene, which belonged to Carl. The defendant must have snuck into the stadium during the chaos and committed the crime.
Although the witness's emotions are unstable, her testimony is very clear and coherent. This is what we call professionalism.
Here are Carl's autopsy report and the pistol found at the scene.
Alright, accepted.
Alright. Bleeding, was shot in the chest and died instantly. Multiple bruises on the body. And there's the gun. Color wound stone, okay. Fired twice on the incident, okay.
Finally, here's the evidence I couldn't obtain before the trial. I better take a look at it now. Detective Stone had multiple injuries from the struggle, and died instantly after being shot. Huh? The pistol was fired twice.
Yes, the police found another bullet embedded in the thick wood of the door of the sauna. Okay, bullet found in the crime scene that killed the victim. The flame marks indicate it was fired by a murder weapon, but the murder weapon, pistol. The police found it in the wooden door on the north side of the sauna. Okay. That must be the bullet that our client shot.
So the two shots hit the wooden door and the victim respectively.
Thank you, Detective Sanford. You've been very helpful.
But why did the victim end up in the sauna? The testimony still leaves this question unanswered.
Well, I'm not sure about it either.
Huh? So his decision to go into the sauna was not part of the police's plan?
The victim was an outstanding detective, and his duty that day was to ensure the security of the stadium. The defendant's entry into the athlete's rest area is highly suspicious. We can infer it's highly likely that Detective Stone discovered the defendant's movements and went to intercept him.
Huh, indeed. This is the most reasonable speculation. Is that so? According to Mr. English, when he arrived at the sauna, the victim was already waiting there. The stadium is vast. Why would Detective Stone be waiting in a place where no one should enter?
In the sauna, the victim attempted to restrain the defendant, but faced brutal resistance. Your Honor, please take a look at this photo.
Oh, it was a mess, and these traces could only be left by a struggle.
Wait a sec.
Prosecution presenting this photo in front of the witness.
Carl! My Carl!
Oh no, it's too late.
Murderer! You murderer! I'm not intent. You murderer! Even if I become a ghost in the afterlife, I won't let you off the hook.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Ray, put away the photo now.
Well, I'm sorry, Detective Sanford. This is also for Detective Stone. Carl.
Witness, I understand your emotions, but please try to keep them under control. I wonder if Prosecutor Ray did it on purpose. Detective Sanford became so emotional after seeing the photo. Could she still answer my questions properly? Now the defense may begin the questioning.
Alright. Where's the... oh, there it is. Police issue. Must have snuck into the stadium. Okay.
Wait a sec.
There's nothing to question.
Huh?
Only the man sitting in the defendant's seat has the suspicion of committing the crime.
and he attempted to flee the scene when he was arrested. There's absolutely no need for questioning my testimony. The murderer couldn't have been anyone else. Well. She's not even listening to what I'm saying. How am I supposed to continue questioning her? I better point out the most obvious contradiction first, and get her to calm down.
Okay. Okay. The murder weapon was a police issue. Still wish we wanted to call. Must have snuck it in. That's also where the incident occurred. Caller died from gun. Nope, that lines up. Yeah, that belonged to him. The defendant must have snuck into the stadium during the chaos and committed the crime. That was before that, pretty sure. Oh, he must have snuck into the stadium. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, I see.
Objection.
There we go.
What? Witness, I can understand your feelings, and I hope you can relieve your sadness. However, your subjective testimony is causing us troubles.
Objection!
The witness is sad indeed, but her logic is much better than someone who only knows speaking nonsense to postpone the trial.
Well, I also think the witness's testimony is quite reasonable.
Is that so? I doubt it. Please take a look at this evidence. This is an access pass for the Universal Games, with the identity written as volunteer. It is issued by the Crimson Ultra Realistic Robot Research Center, and its holder is the defendant, Sains English. Ah. Witness, when you describe the defendant's actions, you claim that he snuck in during the chaos. But Mr. English, who holds a genuine and valid pass, could have entered through the staff entrance legitimately. Then why would he need to sneak in during the chaos? Well,
Objection!
It doesn't matter at all whether he snuck in or entered legitimately.
Objection.
On the contrary, as far as I know, the defendant entered the stadium at 2:45 p.m. If he did sneak in during the chaos, as Detective Sanford claimed, then which way was he going in at the time? Why even bother to ask? The games inside officially started at 2:30 p.m. So at 2:45, most of the staff should have been in their positions. If there was any chaos, it must have been impossible. Exactly. Now you're following me. If he wanted to sneak in during the chaos, rushing towards the empty staff entrance wouldn't be a wise move. But if the defendant took the audience entrance, he would have arrived at the staircase to the second floor. The defendant could not go to the crime scene through this entrance at all. Detective Sanford, as you were on duty at the scene and also carried out the arrest, you should have been clear of all these. Why would you make such a simple fact confusion in the court? Sorry. Since I entered the courtroom, I have been a bit distracted, and just now, seeing my husband's photo, there was indeed some mistakes in my testimony. I got carried away.
Order!
Sorry for the trouble I made.
Witness, though I understand your sadness, you should be aware that the case is extremely important. If you can't testify truthfully, keeping you here might be troublesome for the court.
I see. About my husband, I really can't achieve anything. Maybe I'm not qualified to be a detective anymore. Huh? Detective Sanford! It's turned into this after all. Is there any way to keep her here? Carl, without you, I am indeed incapable to fulfill... Sorry.
So, that's what you wanted to be?
Huh?
You're aware of the peculiarities of the case. It's very likely that the court will issue a verdict directly today, which means it's likely your only chance to testify for the case now. So you really want your only testifying chance to be like that?
I see. Thank you, Mr. Schubert. Your Honor, I feel I've calmed down now. Well, well, indeed, the older the wiser. But if she can testify rationally, it wouldn't be a bad thing for me.
So, witness, are you really ready now?
Yes, I'll do my best. I won't let Carl die in vain, and I certainly won't tarnish my badge.
That's good. Prosecutor Ray, please be cautious when presenting evidence next time.
Before testifying, please allow me to correct the erroneous statement I made in haste earlier. Actually, I have a deep impression of the defendant, and he indeed didn't sneak into the stadium during the chaos. On that morning, he brought in 2 robots. I personally conducted the security check for him. I never thought that in the afternoon. Huh? It was you who conducted the security check for the defendant. Did you find anything strange in his belongings? Well, not really. He carried a few items with him, and there was nothing suspicious. The 2 robots he brought in had been dismantled and inspected before the Universal Games, and there were no issues. So...
Objection!
Are you suggesting that since the defendant didn't carry any weapons when entering, it wasn't a premeditated crime? Well... Don't you forget, the weapon was taken from the victim by the defendant. What's the point of dwelling on this issue? I was just asking out of caution. Also, I have a question about the autopsy report you just submitted. Why is the time of death such a peculiar number?
Oh yes, oh indeed. The time, 4:48 p.m., is so accurate that it does seem very odd.
Well, because 2 p.m. was the time when all officers reported for duty. At the time, Cole was present and we all saw him. So it's the last moment. We can confirm Detective Stone was still alive, right? 4:48 p.m. was when the time his body was discovered. Can you guarantee the accuracy of the time? The discoverers were 2 athletes of different nationalities. They screamed the moment they saw the body. The police officers rushed into the scene within 10 seconds of hearing the scream, and that's the most accurate timing possible. I see. So the time of death was determined from when the victim was last seen alive, and when the body was found. Yes, Carl died in an environment with abnormal temperature and humidity, which greatly interfered with forensic analysis. It might be more accurate to deduct this way. I see. Is there anything special about the weapon? It's Cal's service pistol, a model M9199, caliber 12mm, which is a standard firearm for a security guard. The pistol has quite a lethal force. The armament for international events is indeed extraordinary. After the incident, it was discarded at the scene. Due to prolonged exposure to hot steam, the fingerprints became unidentifiable. So the basic information about the case has been asked about. But still, Detective Sanford, I still have one question. The time the victim's body was discovered was 4:48, but my client entered the sauna before 3, and he was arrested by the police shortly afterward. You didn't know that Detective Stone had already died back then. Why did you arrest him?
It does seem a bit strange. Detective Sanford, can you explain it?
Explaining it is a bit tricky. Can I testify again?
What do you both think?
I summoned Detective Sanford to testify, so there's nothing to object. The defense has no objections either. Detective Sanford, could you please focus on your experiences on the day of the incident? There are a few people who witnessed the entire incident, so your information is very important for the both of us. Okay, I'll do my best.
The gymnastics competition started on the time at 2:30 p.m. and I was at the entrance overseeing security checks. About 15 minutes later, the defendant walked through the staff entrance. He seemed normal at the time. I was about to patrol the audience seats when I got an urgent report about a suspicious person at the emergency exit. I immediately called for backup, and by the time I arrived, a dozen officers had subdued the suspect. The person caught was exactly the defendant, Saints English. I heard from the officers present that he was caught red-handed. I thought he was a peeping Tom, so I locked him in the car and drove him to the police station. But who would have known? Around 5 p.m., we heard the news of Carl's death.
Huh? So you're saying the initial reason for arresting the defendant was peeping? Order! Order!
Yes, because the report said that a suspicious male appeared in the emergency exit. At the time I was in the audience, I used the intercom to order nearby police to arrest the suspect and prevent his escape.
Wait a sec.
So at the time, when the defendant was arrested, nobody knew that Detective Stone had been killed.
Yes, that's right. We didn't expect someone to be so bold to do such a thing right under our noses. When I heard about Carl's death, I was still at the police station interrogating the defendant about his peeping.
Unbelievable! As a university professor, the defendant would commit such a heinous act as peeping.
I think murder is much more heinous than peeping.
However, since you didn't know the victim had been killed when the defendant was arrested, why was he being accused of being the killer?
Your Honor, haven't you figured out such a simple matter yet?
Oh?
The time of the body was discovered and the time of death are two different matters. The situation of the case is clear. The defendant, Saints English, was most likely caught peeping by patrolling Detective Stone. In order to not be exposed, he cruelly killed Detective Stone and prepared to escape. However, he didn't anticipate that his whereabouts had already been exposed before the crime. It was Detective Sanford who made the quick move to call for backup, so that he was caught.
Oh, I see. That's the most reasonable situation.
Well then, since Detective Sanford had finished her testimony, please allow her to go back and have a good rest.
Wait a sec.
Hey, I haven't even started questioning you yet.
You're really annoying. Make it quick.
She is so impatient, and it seems that she doesn't want me to dig deeper into Detective Sanford's testimony. Since Detective Sanford is stable now, I can't miss the opportunity.
Defense, please proceed with your questioning.
Okay. Oh, position was not spelled right. Another typo there. Yeah, I'm gonna press this one because it might be funny.
Wait a sec.
Did you personally escort the defendant?
Yes, a peeping Tom at the stadium was a very serious situation, so I immediately handed over my duty on site, and then personally brought him back to the police station.
How far is the police station from the stadium?
Only 7 kilometers. I turned on the siren and didn't stop the whole way, so he arrived quickly.
Mr. English seems like a decent man on the appearance, but actually a perverted old man inside. It is really unbelievable.
Objection!
What? I haven't said anything yet.
I've heard of several cases of university professors committing murders. Peeping is nothing compared to murders.
Why would she know what I'm thinking?
Wait a sec.
Did you get the information right after the body was discovered?
Yes, at the time, the gymnastics competition had just ended. I was tired after being busy all day. At noon, Kyle and I talked about that we would go have some burgers after work.
Hold on, let's talk about the defendant. Did you inform him that the body had been discovered?
Yes, he just kept repeating that he didn't know that officer was already dead.
Considering the situation at the scene, it's possible that Mr. English didn't know that Detective Stone was dead. But I can't just argue based on it. It's not enough.
Wait a sec.
Could you repeat the content of the emergency report?
I heard it through the intercom. It should be like, there's a peeping Tom escaping in the emergency exit. Catch him.
Your repetition is quite vivid.
The speech in the report was very fast, so I knew it was very urgent at the time. And since I was on the second floor, it would be too late for me to rush over there. So, I switched to the general channel and announced it to all officers and asked everyone nearby to rush over there.
According to the defendant, there were 12 officers rushing there immediately. What a terrifying speed. So you received a report from an officer first, and then immediately notified all officers, right?
Yes.
And who was the person who reported you?
Although I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was Carl.
Huh? Carl? You mean...
Detective Stone?
This is very important information. Please add it to your testimony.
Ah, okay. The emergency report was from Carl. He said, there's a peeping Tom escaping in the emergency exit. Catch him. Hold on. Where's the emergency exit? Athletes, staff entrance, audience. I can't fucking see because the lives are in the way. Security chair, audience, staff. Where's the emergency exit? Yeah, because he found him in here. And what, did he just ran and then... No, because that's the playing field. Where's the exit? Where's the emergency exit? But he should have been dead. Unless he was killed later. Yeah, he died instantly. Yeah, shot in the right. He should have been dead already, yeah. Hold on, I just have to double check. I'm just gonna press this.
Voice on the intercom often quite differs from the real and the scene was so noisy. Can you be sure that was Detective Stone?
I'm sure. I wouldn't mistake Carl's voice in any situation.
Why didn't you tell us this important information from the beginning?
I just can't believe that.
Huh? What?
Can't believe that it was the last time she heard from her beloved. Can't you understand? Can't you even understand that?
Ah, I see.
You don't even understand basic emotions, yet you call yourself a lawyer. You need to go back to school and learn.
How am I supposed to learn about that? By watching soap operas? So, apart from it, did Detective Stone say anything else?
No, only those words.
After arresting the suspect, didn't you go to check on his condition?
Cal and I grew up together since childhood. There are lots of consensus between us. I didn't see him when we caught the defendant, so I assumed he had gone to investigate the suspect's trespassing route. I just informed him through the intercom that we caught the person and didn't pay any more attention. If, at the time, I could've—
Objection!
Defense, what are you doing? The witness has finally calmed down, and you're stimulating her again.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It won't happen again, I promise. But could Detective Stone really have issued such an emergency report in that situation?
Where's this autopsy?
Objection!
Detective Sanford, let me confirm again. Was the voice from the intercom really Detective Stone's?
Of course. What's wrong?
Unfortunately, considering the situation at the crime scene, it's impossible.
Uh-huh.
The autopsy report states very clearly the victim died immediately after being shot. He couldn't have reported after being shot.
Objection!
There's no evidence showing that Detective Stone reported after being shot. He could have called for help during the confrontation with the defendant.
Objection!
The report repeated by Detective Sanford earlier was, "There's a peeping Tom escaping in the emergency exit. Catch him." If they were still confronting at the time, how could Detective Stone have described the defendant as escaping?
Are you saying that I misheard?
It's just a possibility.
It's absolutely impossible. Carl's voice is so warm. I wouldn't mistake him no matter what.
From the beginning of the trial until now, all the evidence and testimony point to the defendant being the murderer. Detective Sanford's testimony earlier seemed to be freshly new to the prosecutor too. If I wanted to find a breakthrough, it's now or never.
The victim's last words for helping through the intercom is indeed very important information. I think both of you should provide a reasonable explanation.
The prosecution believes that Detective Sanford wouldn't mistake the voice of someone who worked and lived with her every day. It's the defense picking at details now. You should ask for his opinion.
I see. Defense, what do you think?
Regarding the call for help from Detective Stone, here's my idea.
So, someone was imitating.
I think someone was imitating Detective Stone's voice and used his intercom.
So what I heard was someone else's voice? It can't be true. Stupid. Tell me, who else at the scene could use the intercom besides the victim?
Only the defendant?
Let's not discuss how the defendant could imitate someone he just met a few minutes ago. Even if it's true, it only makes him more suspicious.
Huh? It seems so.
What? Have you two already reached a consensus?
Not yet, it's just a small misunderstanding.
Then take your punishment.
Shit.
Sorry, I was distracted. What am I doing? I'm digging a grave for myself.
Okay. Memories messed up? Was he still alive after he was shot? Oh, but then, oh yeah, I get, Oh, but then again, yeah, it was mentioned earlier that due to the environmental conditions of the sauna, they couldn't exactly pinpoint the time of death. But then the autopsy report said he died immediately. Yeah, he died instantly, so he wouldn't. There's no way he should be alive. His memory's messed up? How would his memory be messed up? I mean, we don't have any evidence that his memory got messed up, so there's no way. But then again, there was a struggle, but I don't think. It says there were multiple bruises on his body. Did the defendant hit him on the head or something, or? Because I was thinking someone was imitating Detective Stone's voice using, like, recording devices from the robots or something. But I guess not. He died at the scene. Is the autopsy report wrong? I mean, the only thing that's not consistent is the time of... Well, the only thing that's questionable is the time of death, but... His memory's messed up?
Detective Sanford, I don't understand you miss the victim so much that you're mixing reality and imagination. What do you mean? I mean, although it's unlikely you misheard his voice, maybe you remembered it wrong. Oh, and then? Well, if the call for help never happened, then the murderer is 100% the defendant. Huh? It seems so.
Mr. Drake, you're not a newbie anymore. Speaking recklessly comes with consequences, you know.
God damn it. Okay, so the autopsy report is just wrong. Okay.
If Detective Sanford didn't mishear, the only possibility would be, after being shot by the defendant, Detective Stone was still alive.
What? Order! Order!
Objection!
Are you out of your mind? You just presented the autopsy report that clearly states he died immediately after being shot. There's no way such a crucial detail could have been overlooked in the forensic examination.
Objection!
It's true Detective Stone died immediately after being shot, but was the bullet that took his life really fired by the defendant?
Objection!
The defendant admitted to shooting at Detective Stone, and traces of gunpowder were found on his hands by the police. After that, Detective Stone died in the room where the defendant shot at him. Faced with such solid evidence, your argument is simply ludicrous. Oh, but then again, yeah, the gun was fired twice. The first shot missed, and then his gun was taken from him, and then he got shot in the chest proper.
Objection!
Ludicrous? I don't think so. There's a possibility that after the defendant fired, the victim was still alive. Yes, if the bullet was fired by the defendant, didn't hit the victim, everything makes sense. The evidence that can prove the possibility is...
The wooden door. Wait, do I use this or do I use the other one? I guess this?
Take this.
Is it? A bullet?
Exactly. The bullet was found by the police on the wooden door in the sauna. Detective Stone only had one gunshot wound on his body. I believe he died instantly after being shot. However, is the bullet that hit him really fired by the defendant?
What do you mean?
According to the defendant's confession, he shot once and then immediately threw away the weapon and fled. Based on the existing evidence, it still makes sense that the shot only hit the wooden door. That the one shot hit the wooden door.
Huh. Wait. If the defendant only shot at the wooden door, then why did Detective Stone die?
It's just a preliminary assumption, from the defendant leaving the scene to the Detective Stone's body to being discovered. There was quite a long time during which no one knows what happened. What if a third party happened to arrive at the scene at that time, picked up the gun, and shot Detective Stone?
Order! Order!
Objection!
The defendant claims to have only fired one shot. That's his own story. How do you know if the two bullets found at the scene were both from him? The police didn't detect any traces of gunpowder on anyone other than him.
Objection!
Gunpowder reaction isn't a reliable detection method anyway. It can easily be removed by taking a bath and changing clothes.
Objection!
Don't try to intimidate me with these forensic common sense. The police sealed off the scene immediately after the body was found. Under such circumstances, nobody had the opportunity to bathe or change clothes under their noses.
Objection!
Have you forgotten? On the day of the incident, there was a gymnastics competition held in the stadium. It's only natural for each athlete to take off their uniforms and take a shower afterwards. The police had no reason to intervene.
It's simple sophistry.
Order! Order! Mr. Drake, are you accusing the athletes who participated in the competition?
Huh? No. I'm just stating a possibility. And the prosecution can't deny the possibility, right?
You know, the athletes participating in the competition come from all over the world. Some even without diplomatic ties to ours. If they are involved in the case, the situation will be unimaginably complicated.
Nevertheless, it is a homicide case, and the victim was a member of the police force. No matter how troublesome it may be, we have no reason to stop investigating, right?
Well, indeed. The court will never overlook significant facts merely because of procedural complexities.
That's good. In that case, the defense requests an immediate adjournment today. We need to thoroughly investigate all the athletes who participated in the competition that day before we can proceed.
Wait.
I almost forgot about him.
Prosecutor Schubert, do you have any ideas?
Since the defendant had shot when the victim made a call on the intercom, Detective Stone wasn't shot dead by the defendant, therefore the defendant is innocent. Young man, is that what you wanted to say?
Well, basically.
Then may I suggest another possibility?
Sure.
Perhaps what happened earlier is indeed as you said. The defendant shot at the wooden door, and Detective Stone was called for help. However, if at the moment, the defendant didn't run far and heard Detective Stone's call for help, what would the audacious criminal do after he attacked a police officer and had his appearance known?
Are you suggesting he would return to the sun and shoot again to silence him?
I didn't say that. You did. If an athlete wanted to commit a crime, they had to leave the team without permission and bypass lots of cameras. The police had thoroughly checked the footage of that day and didn't find any suspicious person. In addition, the participants of the competition are all slender women. Whether they can handle this not-so-caliber police pistol is also a question. Compared to your previous assumption, perhaps it's more convincing to assume that the defendant fired 2 shots. Am I right?
I think it's irrefutable.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Schubert, your words have enlightened me. In that case, blindly investigating the athlete seems unnecessary.
As expected, Experience 1 is difficult to deal with. The breakthrough I finally found has been blocked.
Given the seriousness of the case, the prosecution does not intend to request a verdict based on such ambiguous situation. We have someone to testify whether the defendant caused Detective Stone... We have someone to testify whether the defendant caused Detective Stone's death.
Huh?
Luna, what are you standing there for?
Eh? Oh, right. The prosecution requests to summon the next witness to testify. This eyewitness will completely crush all the defense's sophistry.
What? There's an eyewitness?
Oh, so there's an eyewitness. Bring the eyewitness in now.
Oh, this fucker.
Whoa, so this is a courtroom. This is my first time here, and I'm really nervous, yet so excited.
So this is the eyewitness for the case.
You're,
Huh? Have we met before?
you're like a creepier version of that sleazy man. A creepy 50-year-old man is so terrifying.
Objection!
I'm not creepy at all, and I'm not even 30 yet.
Whoa, even more terrifying.
Wait, what was I objecting to?
But, you know, you got a good expression. Come on, say cheese and add brilliance to my correspondent journey.
Witness, cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. Bailiff?
Whoa, no way. It's way more important than my life. Wherever my camera goes, I go.
As you can see, if we take away his camera, he'll refuse to testify. Although it's unreasonable. Could you please accommodate?
What a witness.
Now, witness.
Oh, the girl here looks intelligent. Much more reliable than the creepy old man over there. Come on, say cheese.
She's even posing. Witness, be serious in court.
Whoa, sorry.
Was it an illusion? She tried to peek at the photo just taken.
As you can see, the witness is Alex Zhang, a college student.
P.S. For now. In fact, I'm a top-notch student majoring in photography from Rukart College. But just wait, I'm going to be a war correspondent full of justice. My goal is to be active on the front line at all times, wielding my sword as a photographer. To eliminate the ugliness and evil in this world and rebuild trust between people. Come on, say cheese.
Don't take my photo. I'm not the ugliness and evil.
Such a peculiar witness. According to the prosecution, you witnessed the process of the incident.
Exactly. With these sharp eyes that only photographers possess, I saw everything. Look, here's the evidence.
Huh? Evidence? Did you capture the decisive moment of the case? What's this?
This dirty, messy, and dark scene doesn't look like a crime scene at all. Prosecutor Ray, are you sure you got the right person?
Ahem. I will provide explanations regarding the witness's fragmented testimony. The witness was hiding in the stockroom next to the sauna before the incident occurred.
Huh. I didn't expect him to be in that position.
Mr. Zhang is probably the closest person to the crime scene besides the defendant and the victim. And that is the photo he took of his hiding place.
The photo? I can hardly see anything except for a slightly damaged balance beam. Witness, did you take the photo with your camera? How come the resolution is so low?
Well, actually no.
How? Didn't you say wherever you go, your camera goes?
Well, I arrived at the stadium early in the morning to take pictures of all those handsome police officers. And then I got caught and scolded by a detective lady, and my camera was temporarily confiscated. This photo was taken with my $20 knockoff phone.
Taking photos of cops at such a significant event, you deserve to have your camera confiscated. As for the photo, I have no idea if it's useful. Just keep it for now.
Worth $80? Didn't you say it was like worth 20? Okay. Let's take a look at this. Man, it's really fucking dark. Yeah, you can't really see anything. It's just okay. It's really dark in there. No idea what... Okay, well, it's supposed to be the inside of a stockroom.
I have another question. The witness doesn't look like an athlete or a staff member of the stadium. What was he doing in the stockroom?
It's a long story. Let him explain himself. Witness, tell us what you did. Tell us what did you see about the case?
Of course, the decisive moment.
Really? Then please testify about what you witnessed.
Wow, it's finally my turn. Anyway, what I say is definitely the truth, so listen carefully. The reason why I went to the stadium that day was simple. I wanted to take photos of the two magical beauty robots. Before the competition, I snuck into the side passage during the chaos and found a stockroom. I thought there would be robots inside, but I didn't find them. So I decided to stay there and take a break. Around 2:45 AM, I heard footsteps outside, and I saw a figure quickly passing by through the crack at the door. I immediately opened the door and followed, and just happened to see the old man's back at the door of the sauna. He raised a pistol and shot at the police officer. There was blood splattering, and the officer fell to the ground. The old man turned and ran, and I was afraid he'd spot me, so I quickly ducked to the side and he just ran past me. I kept following the villain and then witnessed him being pinned down by a dozen police officers on the ground.
Order! Order!
My god, how come there's such an eyewitness? I know nothing about it.
The testimony is indeed crucial and very specific. If it holds true, I believe it will be reasonable to pronounce the verdict immediately.
Objection.
Your Honor, while the testimony is crucial, the witness is highly suspicious. According to his testimony, he managed to sneak past the security and entered an area he shouldn't have.
That's true. Witness, how did you get in the stadium?
Well, at the time, some spectators were entering, and I had a ticket, so I joined the line. Then suddenly, there was a pregnant lady shouting, "I'm going to labor!" And then all the staff and police near the entrance rushed over. Chaos ensued. So I seized the opportunity and snuck in through the side door.
What a coincidence. Going to labor just at that moment?
Indeed, it's in the police report. Around 2 p.m. that day, there was a pregnant woman who was about to give birth at the stadium entrance.
Detective Sanford mentioned that too.
And then? How was her?
Several staff took her to the hospital, only to find out she had eaten too much spicy fish soup.
Is it okay to eat such spicy food when pregnant?
What an unexpected turn of events. Oh, and who can explain what the magical beauty robots are?
The two robots belonged to the Crimson Ultra-Realistic Robot Research Center and were exhibits of the Universal Games, and the defendant came to the stadium to transport the two robots.
I still have no idea what they are.
That doesn't matter. Anyway, the witness's testimony is quite clear. It's beyond a doubt that Detective Stone was killed by the defendant. Your Honor, what are we waiting for?
Well, I also believe the testimony clearly describes the defendant's act of murder. What do you think, defense?
The testimony, if I can't find any flaws, it'll definitely be a big problem. We believe it's too early to conclude now. Please allow me to question first.
Understood. Please continue.
It wasn't really much of a blood splatter.
Wait a sec.
Is this the decisive moment you saw?
Exactly. It was heart-pounding. My correspondent spirit was thoroughly ignited.
Could you please describe the situation in detail?
Sure thing. Good stories need a bit of embellishment.
No, as for embellishment, you better not.
Defense, I would like to hear his story. Hold on for a moment.
Are you serious?
The old man in red stood with legs apart, adopting a standard stance, with a knife in his left hand, and a sword in his right hand.
Wow, so the defendant used the Spartan strategy.
It was only a pistol, kind of in a target-oriented position. And then I looked through the grim muzzle and saw the embodiment of justice, a police officer cornered. Just at that moment, I suddenly heard...
Heard what?
I suddenly heard a sound that could drown out the cheers of the spectators. There was blood splattering and the officer fell to the ground. What a heroic sacrifice.
Order! Order!
The witness's description is odd, but the sound was obviously a gunshot. The fact is clear, but I would appreciate it if we could remove those sensational descriptions.
I agree. But then again, could the witness really see such a scene on sight?
Objection.
What? Oh, is it not it? No? Oh. Is that on it? There was blood splattering, but yeah, look at the photo. There's not really much blood splattering all over the place. Is the pistol that shot the officer?
Wait a sec.
Let me confirm it. By the old man, do you mean the defendant over there?
Of course, there's only 3 old men in the courtroom. The defendant, the judge, and you. Obviously, I mean the defendant.
Am I already old enough to be compared to those two? How was he at that moment?
What else could he be? He adjusted his cyberware, opened his Centavistan, and grabbed the DSI pulsar to charge in.
But this isn't cyberpunk, buddy. Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, I might have exaggerated a bit. No big deal.
It's more than just like exaggerating a bit.
Wait a sec.
How was the defendant at that time?
He was rushing towards the iron gate like he was in the blue zone, and then went away to chicken dinner.
Can you describe it in a language we understand?
Well, actually I didn't really get a good look.
Did you check on the police officer's condition?
How could I? That gunshot scared the life out of me. It's too dangerous to check the shooting scene.
And then you decided to follow the man who just fired the pistol without hesitation. It was even more dangerous.
Oh, it really felt like that. Suddenly feeling so friend.
Your reaction is way too slow.
Wait a sec.
Do you remember the specific time you entered the stockroom?
I can't really recall the exact time, but it was around 1:30 p.m. I just finished a roast duck, feeling energetic and ready to hunt for big news.
I understand how you entered the staff entrance, but how did you get in the stockroom?
That's simple. I remember there was an iron gate on the right side of the entrance, right? Since I stuck enjoying the chaos, I didn't plan my route ahead. I just pushed the door casually. Luckily, the gate wasn't locked, so I just pushed it and got in.
Huh? The iron gate was already open at the time.
Yeah, so lucky.
That gate was in such a crucial location. Did the police really just leave it open like that?
Well, he was in the stockroom because he did take a photo.
Wait a sec.
Since you were so determined to find the robots, why did you suddenly decide to take a break instead?
Because I wasn't feeling well. It was like a gathering of a team of 4 to rob a bank, and suddenly the vehicle explodes.
I have no idea what he's talking about. If you really want to be a correspondent, don't you think it's against your spirit or the spirit of journalism to give up easily?
Well, before I became a correspondent, I was a gentleman. Even with the dedication to comprehensive reporting, I wouldn't just barge into places full of female athletes. It's like the showers or a sauna.
No one showed you the stadium plan, right? How did you know there were showers and saunas inside?
Well, I swear I never had the idea of sticking it in to pee. It was out of curiosity that I glanced into every room. Just a glance.
Well. His mouth is too easy to pry open. So, did you find anything when you glanced in?
Nothing. Once I found out those rooms were for bathing, I immediately closed the door and ran out. But if I actually saw something, how would I explain that?
If you did see something, you are not the one who should be worried about how to explain it.
Wait a sec.
When you saw the figure, were you able to tell who it was?
Absolutely. As a seasoned correspondent, my brain can print out every scene I witnessed with pinpoint accuracy.
Is there an ink cartridge in your brain?
Besides, I've seen that old man with 2 robots before. The red shirt, silver hair, weird glasses, and that creepy expression. I couldn't possibly mistake him.
That's him. But when the defendant walked past, did you notice you were hiding behind the door?
Nope, he seemed pretty rushed and didn't even glance my way. When I saw him, I was itching to chase after her and ask where he hid the robots.
Then why didn't you?
I wanted to, but as soon as he did, I was the most shocking scene.
Oh, what did you see?
The judge suddenly gets excited as if he heard the climax of a story.
I saw the decisive moment. So horrible.
Wait a sec.
When the police pinned him down, you just stood there watching.
Yep, to prevent the cops from thinking I'm his accomplice. I made a split-second decision. I stepped forward and declared myself a witness to the breaking news.
This guy has his wits about him now and then. If he hadn't done that, he probably would have been pinned down too.
Then they took me to the police station for a statement. Oh, what a heroic act.
From here on, the witness's testimony is corroborated by police personnel. Do you intend to continue questioning?
Indeed. At the moment he followed the defendant out, he would have been seen by dozens of officers. So if there's something wrong with his testimony, it must have occurred before that.
He's gonna shot the pistol.
Wait a sec.
So from the beginning, you went to the stadium for the 2 robots.
Not really. I got my ticket free, and initially I just wanted to watch the games and take some photos. But after all, it was an international event. Maybe I would stumble upon some big news.
So, when did you arrive at the stadium?
The competition didn't start until the afternoon, but I went there around 9 a.m. I wanted to capture the atmosphere of the tight security with my camera, but then it got confiscated by that detective lady. As I was about to leave, I saw a man in his 50s carrying 2 young girls. When I realized they might be robots, I was deeply fascinated by them.
He's not lying. The time the defendant transported the 2 robots was also around 9 o'clock.
Excuse me, what's so fascinating about those plastic toys that can barely even turn their heads?
Well, your knowledge of robots is still stuck at 2 centuries ago. I can explain it to you then.
2 centuries ago, it was during the Industrial Revolution. There were no robots back then. Back to the if he is telling the truth, the defendant is the murderer undoubtedly. Although Saint's English may have lied, the witness seems more unreliable. Just like some unqualified journalist might also exaggerate and fabricate something in his testimony, which situation in his testimony is impossible to witness.
Oh, I see. I misinterpreted the statement. I thought it was referring to seeing the guy outside the sauna. Okay, yeah. No, inside the sauna. Okay, but... It was knocked over. No. Old man's back at the door of the sauna. The inability to vent mist. What's this? On the door on the north side of the sauna. Okay.
Um...
Wait a sec. Wait a sec.
Could he have really seen it? I guess I present this. Because I think there was supposedly Steam present in the scene, according to our client's testimony.
Objection.
No. Shit. No, that's not it. What is it? He opened the door. Um... So the element's back. You raised the pistol, shot the officer, the bullets firing. I'm guessing we're supposed to, I guess he didn't, I guess we're just pointing out that he didn't witness 2 shots happen in the scene?
Objection.
No? Oh, I have no idea then. That's not it. Damn, what is it? Where's the inconsistency then? Huh? What do I present? Excessive bleeding.
Wait a sec. Objection.
No. I have no idea what to do here. Where is he? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Stockroom, the gun. Saw the old man's back.
Wait a sec. Objection.
Really?
Witness, when you were describing the moment of the crime, you said he raised the pistol and shot at a police officer. There was blood splattering, and the officer fell to the ground. Did you really see it?
Oh, yours. That old man was really terrifying. My vision is 20/20 with glasses. I captured the scene clearly.
Unfortunately, it's impossible.
Huh? Why?
Please look at this piece of evidence.
This is another notice.
Yes, according to the notice, on the day of the crime, the heat dissipation system in the sauna had a serious malfunction. And according to the defendant, the entire room was filled with thick steam. The visibility was really poor.
Oh, I think I might have misinterpreted what it meant by malfunction. Because I thought it meant it's just unable to produce steam or whatever. Oh no, I think I'm just getting the mechanics of a sauna mixed up.
The visibility was really poor.
Oh, is that so?
The defendant couldn't even tell if Detective Stone was alive in the dense steam. But if you claim to have witnessed the crime clearly and even remember the details, did your glasses come with an infrared detector?
You're really horrible.
Objection!
It's true that the heat dissipation system in the sauna had a malfunction, but that doesn't mean it was full of steam. If you had been in the sauna, you would know that there won't be any steam unless the water is poured onto the charcoal.
Objection.
I haven't been in the sauna, but I know the principle, I suppose.
You sound so uncertain.
Well, indeed, the malfunction in this system is not enough to determine the condition of the room. However, this piece of evidence can prove that there was most likely a significant amount of steam in the sauna.
Okay, that's when I present this.
Take this.
Is this a wooden barrel?
Yes, to be more precise, it is a bathing tool in the sauna. Prosecutor Ray, you just said that there won't be any steam as long as water is not poured onto the charcoal. However, the barrel happened to be kicked over when the defendant was fighting the victim. If you look closely, you can find that there is still water inside, and a shoe print outside.
Oh, indeed.
It can be inferred that when they were fighting, the barrel filled with water was kicked over. What if all the water was poured onto the charcoal nearby?
Since the heat dissipation system was broken, the steam would quickly obstruct the visibility, right?
So the point is, what's the real story behind your testimony, witness?
I just want to be a brave photojournalist. Why are all of you focusing on these trivial details?
Witness, explain yourself. Don't you know the consequence of giving false testimony?
Well, it's so scary, I confess. The sauna, as you said, was filled with steam. I actually didn't see anything at all.
What?
What?
Order! Witness, what happened on Earth? Explain it now.
That terrifying scene. If I really saw it, I would definitely have been scared out of my wits and run away.
So, you didn't witness the victim being shot by the defendant?
Yes, although I did manage to peek through the door crack and saw the defendant's back vaguely. I hesitated for a long time in the stockroom before I got over, and it was after a loud sound that I saw him.
So you mean when you arrived at the sauna, the shooting had already happened?
Yes, I watch a lot of police action movies, so I'm sure that was the sound of a gunshot. The next day I heard a police officer had been killed inside, and then I realized I had experienced something extraordinary. Witnessing a murder and reporting a big story. Isn't that cool? So I imagined something based on the information revealed by the police. I don't know what the defendant was doing in the room, but since there was a gunshot, he must be the killer, right? Why is everyone silent? Say something!
Order! I am speechless. Prosecutor Ray, arrange for the court bailiff to send the witness away.
I'm about to do that. You have really made me lose face.
I'm really sorry. I won't do that anymore. Just remember that I have people to write. I need to head back now.
Fucking
Wait a
dumbass.
What else is there? I swear I told you everything I know. It's all the truth.
It seems he's too afraid to make up nonsense anymore. In that case, witness, I have no intention of further accusation, but there's one thing I must clarify. According to your statement, you were hiding in the stockroom all the time before the incident. It was only after a loud sound that you peeked into the sauna. Then, the defendant ran out from the sauna and was apprehended by the police, right?
Yes, that's right. I'm not lying at all this time. I only tell my personal experience.
Objection!
Such information is practically useless. Continuing to question is just a waste of time.
Objection!
A waste of time? I don't think so. The information the witness just revealed actually exposes a major contradiction.
Huh?
That's for the brief loading screen. Okay.
The evidence that contradicts Alex Zhang's testimony is this.
It was fired twice.
I'm just gonna save just in case.
Take this.
Witness, answer me. After the defendant headed towards the sauna, you heard only one loud sound, right?
Of course. With such a loud sound, there had to have been more than. If there had been more than one, only a deaf person would have missed it.
Huh. In that case, something would be strange. Your Honor, please look at this piece of evidence. According to the police investigation, the murder weapon, a pistol, was fired twice on the day of the incident.
Oh, indeed. But, so what?
The prosecution argued that the defendant might have returned and fired after hearing Detective Stone's call for help, and we have already confirmed that the witness arrived at the scene before the incident. However, until the defendant was apprehended by the police, the witness only heard one gunshot. Isn't that a huge contradiction?
Order! Order! Why was that?
Objection!
There was a sports event in the stadium that day. Noisy broadcasts and cheers never stopped. In such a situation, it's most likely for the witness to have missed one gunshot.
About that.
No, the soundproofing between the passage and the playing field is very good, and the shooting location was right next door. I could even hear the defendant's footsteps. How could I have missed a gunshot?
You idiot!
Why do you become so horrible too? I lied to my testimony, but I realized my mistake after you scolded me. I swear on all my things with lenses that I'm telling the truth.
Huh. I believe in such case, the witness wouldn't continue spouting nonsense.
Objection!
So what? The defendant could have somehow limited the sound of the second gunshot. The defendant served in the military. It must be a piece of cake for him to get a silencer.
Objection!
Do you think a silencer is as easy to obtain as a burger? The murder weapon in this case was snatched by the defendant on site. How could he have prepared a matching silencer in advance?
Ah!
Tough as it is, I made it through. Your Honor, considering the various information presented in the court just now, this case is becoming more complicated. It is highly likely that the victim was still alive when the defendant was apprehended by the police. Given that the witness, Alex Zhang, only heard one gunshot, it is very likely that someone else fired the second shot. From the moment the defendant was apprehended to when Detective Stone's body was discovered, there was a gap of about 2 hours. During the time, anyone who could have been to the crime scene is a potential suspect. Due to the lack of investigation, we are unable to identify this person, but no matter how, the prosecution's claim that the defendant is the only suspect no longer holds water. What do you think, Your Honor?
In the first few minutes of the trial, I thought it was an open and shut case. But with Mr. Drake's analysis, I believe there are indeed many doubtful points. It is inappropriate to rush through and conclude it in just one day.
You, dirty bad hat.
Calm down. The lawyer is not easy to deal with. Don't push yourself so hard. Just give him one more day.
But I see.
Well, I'll summarize the court's opinion. First of all, the defense raised reasonable doubts, but they still need to be perfected. You have to find evidence to prove the existence of the other possible suspects. Indeed, some loopholes are found by the defense in the prosecution's arguments, but we must acknowledge that the defendant is still the most suspicious before new developments emerge from the investigation. Therefore, the court decides to adjourn and await further investigations from both sides. I assume both parties have no objections, right?
The defense has no objections.
The prosecution agrees on your decision.
In that case, I declare...
Wait, please, Your Honor.
Oh, wait, please, Your Honor.
Who was that?
It was me.
Huh? Detective Sanford? Why are you back?
Your Honor, please don't be misled by the lawyer. The scoundrel in the defendant's seat is undoubtedly the murderer.
Detective Sanford, why do you...
I just got a message from the police station. They received a timed email from call this morning.
An email? From the victim?
Yes, there's a video inside. The police were hesitant to submit it before the authenticity is confirmed. But just now we have authenticated the video. It is absolutely genuine and reliable. The video contains something highly relevant to the case, so I hastened here with it. Tell us, what's in the video? I brought a playback device. See it for yourselves. I believe after watching it, you would never let the villain go.
That's indeed an unexpected turn. Since the police have authenticated it, it's a legitimate and compliant piece of evidence. Come on, play it in court.
Just a few minutes ago, I was reveling in my success of dominating 2 prosecutors. I even had an illusion that no matter what the video contained, I would be able to find flaws and counterattack just like before. However, when the video started playing, I suddenly realized the true meaning of desperation.
What voice do I give you?
Hello everyone, my name is Caliburn Stone, a detective in the local criminal investigation bureau. If the video is being played in the police station or a courtroom, I'm probably no longer alive. Before getting to the point, I must confess a grave mistake. My childhood playmate and best friend was killed in 310 Cube Stadium explosion last year. Since then, I have harbored deep hatred towards SkyShield, the mastermind behind the explosion. A year ago, I started an undercover operation against SkyShield, regardless of the opposition of my superiors. I took some illegal means to infiltrate their senior levels and was entitled Triones. Today, on July the 3rd, I learned that the stolen time bomb HMB X3000 is in the possession of SkyShield. They have been planning for a long time to carry out a bombing attack at Apex Stadium tomorrow. SkyShield has numerous informants, notifying the police can prevent the attack, but can't capture the cunning leaders. In order to do that, I set a trap for the 2 heads who would carry out the explosion, Cerberus and Snowflake. I opened a secret passage inside the stadium and opened an emergency iron door in advance. I leaked the information to them this morning. As long as they get in through the passage and meet in the athletes' rest area, I will capture them both. I heard that Cerberus used to serve in special forces, while Snowflake is an assassin skilled at throwing sharp objects. I can't let my comrades be in danger because of my personal grudge, so I intend to face it alone. If I'm killed, I hope you bring justice to all despicable criminals to justice. If I'm killed, I hope you bring all the despicable criminals to justice. After months of investigation, I have identified the prime suspect for Cerberus, and his name is... The Sains English. Both the undercover operation and the arrest operation were planned by myself alone. My wife Lily Sanford is not aware of it. As a precaution, I will schedule an email with this video to be sent on the morning of July the 6th. Thank you all. Take care.
Oh, shit.
Order! Order! Everyone order!
No, it can't be true. It's not real, right?
You treacherous scoundrel! How dare you defend someone like that?
Detective Sanford, can you ensure the Detective Sanford, can you ensure the authenticity of this video?
Police have already verified it. The video is absolutely genuine, without any editing. Absolutely.
Well, shit.
It is so. I can't believe it. Guards, surround the court. Not even a fly is allowed to get out.
I see. No wonder Detective Stone was in the sauna. No wonder the police at the scene was arranged in that way. With his confession, everything makes sense now. But what will happen next? What should I do?
What are you waiting for? Give him the death penalty now! Do you know how many innocent people will lose their lives if a bomb explodes in a crowded stadium? You despicable demon! You committed countless murders, and you took away my cowl! Go to hell!
Detective Sanford, calm down. Stop her.
Go away! I just...
Order! Order! Everyone, order! Bailiff, escort Detective Sanford down for arrest. The trial is an urgent recess for 10 minutes. The rest of bailiff, keep an eye on the defendant.
So the trial was interrupted amidst the great chaos. Suspected as the head of an international criminal organization, the defendant Sane's English is under stricter surveillance. Even as his defense attorney, I'm not allowed to contact with him during the recess. I don't know if he is really Cerberus, a villain with a slew of significant felonies, as Detective Stone claimed. Anyway, it's impossible to conclude today's trial with a simple resolution. The moment before the recess, the entire audience cast disdainful and hateful glances at the defendant. If they had the authority to sentence, perhaps every verdict would be guilty.
July 6, 9:25 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 1.
Alright, quiet down. I understand your feeling, but there should be no disorder in the courtroom. Please keep quiet. The court had previously decided to adjourn today's session, but considering the addition of new evidence presented by police, after discussing with the jurors, we decide to cancel the previous decision and continue with the trial. Prosecutor Ray, how is the investigation of the video going?
According to the police station, the email was sent to their internal email at 6 a.m. today, and the sender is exactly the victim, Detective Stone.
Since the police received it at 6, why wasn't it presented during the previous trial?
The content of the video is of significant importance. Who dared to submit it without authentication? Even Mr. Schubert and I watched it for the first time when Detective Sanford presented it.
I see.
In the email, there are various pieces of supporting evidence besides the video, including that of Sane's English's involvement with Sky Shield he collected throughout the year. The police have initiated a series of urgent searches on the defendant's residence, bank accounts, communication records, etc.
Oh, that's efficient. Have you found anything?
Due to the limited time, it's not possible to reach a conclusion. But one thing is for sure. Sane's English is not the defendant's real name. The personal information and the resume he used when applying for the professor position are all fabricated.
The defendant's very good at forging. If it weren't for Detective Stone, we might have been deceived.
I have one question. Detective Stone mentioned in the video that he opened a passage inside the stadium. Did the police find anything like that?
What nonsense are you talking about? If we had found it, we would have reported it long ago. But don't worry, our people are rushed to the scene following the clues provided by Detective Stone. It's only a matter of time before we expose the entire plan of Sky Shield and the defendant.
I see. So in the upcoming trial, there might be synchronized updates from this scene. Is there anything I can make use of? Why am I still thinking about such things? At this point, this guy can't possibly walk out of court freely, can he?
Anyway, Detective Stone's unauthorized actions should not be encouraged. I don't know what the police view is on it, But looking at the results, he has not only thwarted the plot of Sky Shield, but also ensnared ahead in the legal net. His achievements will be remembered forever.
Order! Order! Defendant, did you hear that? You certainly have the right to remain silent. However, in such condition, your defense attorney may not be able to help you. Foolish.
I forgot his voice. Well, I guess he's kind of sinister-ish now. Maybe I could change the voice a bit. What was the voice again? It was...
Foolish people. Foolish people.
Huh?
For years, I have dedicated myself to teaching, finding joy in imparting knowledge and dispelling confusion. But to my surprise, within just a few days, you have relentlessly labeled me with various accusations. It's so pathetic.
Are you going to be stubborn even now? Look around. How many people believe what you say?
Even if no one believes me, does that mean I am guilty? Submitting an exam paper with only answers and no computation process won't earn you a good grade.
Childish sophistry. Save it for when you're in jail.
Tch. Ignorant girl. Charlie, what do you think?
Heh, does my opinion matter?
I hate people who break their promises, and the most in my life, promises are meant to be kept. Just like me, no matter what identity I hide, I am wholeheartedly devoted to being a teacher.
I see. Although I sincerely believe that taking on your commission is a great disaster. If I had a choice, I would rather never have taken on this case. But that's not the point. At this moment, I must continue the defense. Out of professional ethics. If I'm lucky enough, I might restore your innocence.
Objection!
Innocence? Are you out of your mind? A despicable criminal like him has no innocence left.
Objection!
If I'm right, today's court is trying in the case of Sane's English, suspected of murdering Detective Caliburn Stone. The video of Detective Stone has brought us new clues, but the doubts in the case have not been diminished. Even if the defendant is a head of a criminal organization and has planned a heinous attack, it doesn't necessarily make him the culprit of this case. The so-called truth is never simple or beautiful, is it?
Are you saying that even if you make enemies with everyone present, you will still pursue your so-called truth?
Yes, it is both out of professional ethics and my personal will. Moreover, we have no right to easily label someone as good or evil until we uncover all the truths. Even if his hands are already stained with blood, the law should not hold him accountable for a life he did not take.
You... unreasonable. People like you speaking sophistry in a courtroom is a disgrace to the law. What are you doing?
Very well, Charlie. Very well, Charlie, you didn't disappoint me. In that case, I shall not disappoint you.
Oh shit. The monocle's off.
This reaction.
诸位，就容鄙人重新做一次自我介绍吧。
Oh, he's just confessing that he is a member of Sky Shield.
鄙人的真实姓名无足轻重，暂且以语文、英语相称，并无不同。
Oh shit.
重要的是，鄙人就是你们口中所说的恶徒，天遁第3席的干部，代称
Oops.
叶。
It really is you. Order! Order! Bailiff, please increase the security around the defendant.
尊敬的审判长大人，您这又是何必呢？
Defendant, you're no longer just a murder suspect, but a world-class threat now. For a safe trial, I have no choice.
请放心，鄙人还没有愚笨到在这样的地方强行突破。况且，若不是北斗的背叛，你们这群酒囊饭袋 有能奈我何？
你竟敢藐视法庭！
小龙同学，不，龙律师，刚才你的一番发言啊，鄙人十分赞赏。你的职业操守和个人意志，究竟能被贯彻到什么地步？就让鄙人观察到底吧。
As I said, no matter how despicable you are, I'm still your lawyer. As long as you can lay out all the facts, I'll fight for the innocence you deserve as best as I can.
Very good. The truth is quite simple. I didn't take anyone's life on that unfortunate day. I kept silence before to avoid trouble, but under such a circumstance, I have to handle it myself.
Since you've admitted your identity, let me ask one question.
Please, go ahead.
Did you bring the bomb numbered HMBX-3000 inside the venue and intend to detonate it?
Indeed, as the detective said, Skyshield's plan was to attack the Universal Games. Recently, the National Police have been blocking our actions. We had to take revenge.
And where is the bomb now? How did you manage to bypass security and bring the bomb in? And you couldn't have delegated tasks like transporting and detonating the bomb to your subordinates. Why would a high-ranking leader like you take such risks in personally going to the scene?
Charlie, you said you'd asked one question. I have no intention of answering more.
Jeez. Anyway, he definitely cannot get away today. Let the police interrogate him about those matters. I should focus on how to secure an innocent verdict for him in this case.
Your Honor, and the angry girl over there, I request to step onto the witness stand and defend myself.
Objection!
How could we allow someone like you to step onto the witness stand? This is ridiculous.
住口！
Naive. No court can deprive the defendant of the right to defend themselves. Mr. Stoltz Schubert, your name carries weight in legal circles, and even I have heard of you. But your decision in choosing your last student makes me question your judgment.
How dare you? How dare you be so disrespectful to Mr. Schubert?
Luna,
But he...
let it go. Think calmly. As a qualified prosecutor, what should you really be doing?
I see.
Defendant, are you planning to take the witness stand yourself? Yes, it's my right. You're probably a few years senior than me. You're not as ignorant as that young lady, are you? Mr. Drake follows his professional ethics and as a judge. I have my principles. If you keep assuming malice in the court's decisions, it benefits none of us. Of course, you have the right to defend yourself. Whenever you're ready, you may proceed. Thank you very much. Before I begin my testimony, allow me to pay my respects to the deceased Detective Stone. Oh, perhaps I should call him Trios. Thanks to him, I realize that not all of our country's police are worthless fools.
You're about to be in jail. How dare you speak so shamelessly?
I've been monitoring all the movements of the police, but never expected such a dangerous and tough undercover operation would stem from a police officer's unauthorized action. If we are not opposite, I will tell him, well done.
So before the case, you had no knowledge that Caliburn Stone was Trio's.
If I had known earlier, how would I have fallen into such a situation? To avoid implicating each other, the heads are not acquainted. We only communicate through remote channels. I established the system myself, but ironically, it turned out that I was digging my own grave.
In that case, when Detective Stone ambushed you, you had even more reason to kill him, right?
住口！
I'm speaking to the judge and my lawyer. You ignorant child has no right to interrupt.
You!
Just because of who I am, you jump to conclusions about my guilt without any evidence. Are you turning the so-called sacred place of justice into a third-rate forum for mob revelry?
Ah! That's enough. I'm still waiting for your testimony.
Good. Your Honor, may I begin? Please proceed. I am the third highest head of Sky Shield, Cerberus. I was there that day, as mentioned before, to detonate the bomb and cause casualties. Around 2:40 p.m., I snuck into the athlete's rest area, waiting for the right moment to strike. I was unfamiliar with the surroundings and went into the sauna by mistake. At that moment, a police officer aimed a pistol at me. I took advantage of his unguarded moment, took his pistol and fired a shot at him. In terms of shooting skills, I'm better than all of you combined. That shot definitely didn't hit. Afterwards, I realized the situation was getting tricky and decided to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even if I am a villain, so what? Being a criminal organization leader doesn't make me a murderer. That's all.
As expected of this kind, a final attempt is futile.
Tell me, how much of what you said to me before the trial was true?
Except for the peeping part, everything else is true. I did shoot at him. Denying it does no good to me.
With gunpowder reaction and witnesses, your denial is meaningless.
The shoot was a reflex action. I didn't intend to kill him. Shooting an officer in a heavily guarded venue couldn't go unnoticed, nor would I easily escape. Such an action is like digging my own grave. If I were that foolish, I would have been caught long ago.
Although there was some truth in what you say, trying to exonerate yourself by simply saying I didn't intend to kill him, it's outrageous, isn't it? Even considering this ineffective argument, you're still the only one with a chance and motive to kill.
I believe this self-defense changes nothing. What about your opinion defense?
We never expected the self-defense alone to change the situation. However, what he just said constitutes a complete testimony. Can I inquire about it?
I'll see you there.
This guy, though temporarily on my side, may still be withholding something in his testimony. Dealing with such a difficult teammate, I can only uncover the truth bit by bit.
I'm guessing Snowflake's the killer then. Yeah, I'm guessing this Snowflake could be the killer then. Not Cerberus. Yeah, because 2 heads were supposed to show up there, and only one of them was caught.
Wait a sec.
What were you thinking when you saw Detective Stone? Did you plan to attack him from the start?
That would be foolish. When I saw him, I didn't know he was trios. Attacking an officer is just asking for trouble.
Sorry, I just wanted to tell you more details. Want you to tell more details.
At first, I thought it was a misunderstanding, so I pretended to be innocent and tried to talk him out of it. But he said, "Your plan has been exposed. Tell me the bomb's location now or I'll shoot." That's when I realized it was a trap set by the police, and I had to escape immediately.
Wait a sec.
Detective Stone must have clearly known how much of a threat you can pose. Why did he expose a vulnerability in front of you?
His posture with the pistol was flawless. However, during our standoff, he suddenly coughed violently.
huffing at such a critical moment? Probably from inhaling too much steam.
That distracted him for a split second, but it was enough for me. I attacked his wrist and then dodged behind him with an attempt to restrain him. Unexpectedly, he kicked over a nearby barrel of water, and the room was immediately filled with steam.
Except blocking visibility, did the steam have any other effects on you?
Of course. The hot steam irritated my eyes, and he took the opportunity to break free. To prevent him from taking further action, I instinctively grabbed his wrist, took the pistol, and fired it. None of these actions were deliberate.
Just to confirm, Detective Stone wasn't working behind the desk, right?
Of course not. He handled countless frontline cases and was one of the best in hand-to-hand combat in the department.
That means Detective Stone's opponent was extremely tough.
Wait a sec.
I'm also a shooting enthusiast. It is typically based on sight and sound to determine if a bullet hits the target. Why are you so confident that the shot missed?
The room was filled with steam, and the stadium was noisy with cheers and broadcasts. My judgment wasn't based on sight or sound, but rather on feeling. With thousands of experiences, I can sense whether I've hit a human target based on instinct.
Thousands of experiences? Hitting human targets? What on earth has he done?
Wait a sec.
When you were retreating, did you think about running into a bunch of police?
I didn't hear trios calling for backup. I thought there'd be like 3 or 4 guards at most at the door as usual.
So if there were only 3 or 4 guards, were you planning to take them on?
So long as they weren't on high alert, I was confident of taking them down quickly.
Taking down 3 or 4 armed and highly professional officers barehanded. It's not impossible, but it'd be tough without even a handy weapon.
But then I opened the door and found myself facing 12 fully geared, on-edge officers. I had no choice but to surrender, and then there.
Looking back, the officers were probably set up by Detective Stone just in case.
The law's long arm reaches far. Falling into Detective Stone's trap was what you deserved.
I'll admit defeat on it. Played by trios like a fiddle. I have nothing to say.
Wait a sec.
Is there any particular meaning behind your code name?
Cerberus has 3 heads, and I rank 3rd in Sky Shield. That's all.
So there are 2 higher ranking heads in control of the entire organization.
What does that have to do with this case?
Nothing. I'm just curious. Specialty lies in the specialization. I'll leave further investigation into Sky Shield to the police. I better focus on questions related to the case.
Wait a sec.
Is planting and detonating the bomb the sole purpose of your actions this time?
It should have been. It is not my style to stir up trouble.
Then why?
Charlie, don't forget what I taught you. Don't let it go in one ear and out the other.
But I...
Question?
What?
What did I just say? Repeat it.
It is not my style to stir up trouble.
Very well. Your exceptional memory should be matched with corresponding insight.
So he's avoiding going deeper into this topic, isn't he?
Wait a sec.
Was there a specific reason for choosing that time?
The game started at 2:30 p.m. and the audience entry time was 2 p.m. Feel free to guess the reason behind it.
Was it to ensure the bomb's effectiveness?
Little bit was serious about blowing up the stadium.
How many people would die from that? Hundreds? Thousands? Even tens of thousands? Oh my god, that's terrifying.
What's the point of trying this villain? He should be ripped to shreds for his crime.
Order! Order! Come to think of it, we really owe thanks to Detective Stone, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Uh-oh, I stirred another wave of hatred from the entire courtroom towards the defendant.
Apart from ensuring its effectiveness, choosing that time was also to avoid drawing attention. At the beginning of the game, many spectators were still outside,
and the staff had to manage both inside and outside the stadium. At that weakest moment in security, I followed Trion's instructions and entered the athletes' rest area through the iron gate.
Detective Stone mentioned in the video that he intentionally opened the iron gate beforehand to let the defendant in.
So you passed through the iron gate into the rest area to detonate the bomb, right?
That's correct.
In that case, can you add this information to your testimony?
Certainly, I'll do as you say. Normally nobody's around the athletes' rest area. I chose there to detonate the bomb.
Normally nobody's around there. Nobody's around there. Okay. The rest area, which is just this entire area. Yeah, what about Snowflake? As long as they get in through the passage and meet in the athletes' rest area, I will capture them both. Yeah, there's supposed to be 2 operatives. I'll press this for now, just to see if I need to do anything else.
Apart from detonating the bomb, did you have any other purpose for going there?
I don't want to repeat myself. I remember you were accused of being a peeping Tom before, so is that another excuse? Lust is a basic animal instinct. It is also one of the dark sides of human nature that leads to countless evils. If I were driven by it, I'd become part of a society's ugliness.
You seem to harbor deep hatred towards society.
This question is meaningless.
Of course, I won't spend too much time on it either. But he seems to be avoiding my question. Did he really just intend to detonate the bomb when he went to the rest area?
Okay. Now let me read this again. On a stolen bomb. Bombing attack at the Apex Stadium tomorrow. Most informants notifying the police can prevent the attack, but it can't capture the cunning leaders. So, carry out the explosion. Cerberus and Snowflake. When I open. And events. Okay. As long as they can get in, I'll capture them both. Yeah, so where's Snowflake? Nobody's around there. Okay. Okay. Nobody is around, okay.
Objection!
Yeah. Just double checking everything. You said you entered the athletes' area via the staff entrance just to detonate the bomb. Mr. English, it's not that simple, is it?
What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
This path wasn't part of your attack plan, right? Detective Stone clearly stated in his confession video. He informed 2 individuals about the path.
Huh? Someone else was involved?
Are you referring to Snowflake?
Exactly. According to the intelligence intercepted by Detective Stone, the attack was supposed to be carried out by 2 people. As Cerberus, you snuck into the sauna to meet Snowflake, right?
Oh, that's an interesting guess.
Then what is the reason? Detonating the bomb simply needs to press the button on the remote control at the right distance. This is not a task that needs 2 people, so why should I have to meet someone else?
The Sky Shield grassroots members captured by the police once confessed that Snowflake is the executioner of the organization. This person has received advanced assassination training to deal with traitors and those who pose a threat to the heads.
Well, in that case, the Snowflake seems even more terrifying than the defendant. It wouldn't hurt your plan with such a capable hand. Snowflake might have been able to help you out and offer assistance at critical moments. Nice guess. With an additional person on board, the plan is more likely to succeed. However, Triones misunderstood. What is this? What does that mean? It seems you're not letting go of this topic. Let me testify again and thoroughly explain the matter.
Alright, second testimony.
As you said, Snowflake's role is simply to provide assistance when necessary. However, we don't know each other. Whether he was really present at the scene that day is also unknown. My plan was very thorough and could be executed by myself. I didn't need to meet with Snowflake. It was Triones who misunderstood.
And that's it.
Is that simple? Of course, it was just a misunderstanding. No need to over-explain.
A waste of time.
Is this really just a misunderstanding? Although I've never been in criminal organizations, if I were him, since his own situation is dire, he would naturally try to avoid dragging his accomplices down with him, right? Defense, do you have any further questions about the testimony? If not, let's proceed. Yes I do. Even though his testimony is brief, the defense still needs to question. I must ask carefully this time. If Snowflake really existed somewhere at the scene, maybe? Since you insist, please proceed.
Okay. We don't know each other.
Wait a sec.
So can I understand it this way? For the sake of convenience, Snowflake should have disguised... For the sake of convenience, Snowflake should have a disguised identity in the stadium. Are you trying to coax works out of me with clumsy linguistic tricks? No, I'm not. You're my defense lawyer, not a detective investigating criminal organizations. Do I really need to emphasize that? Sorry, I'll be careful next time.
Wait a sec.
You've gone through all the trouble to devise the plan, but how do you expect it to execute it without knowing Snowflake's identity? It is none of your business, but indeed I have no idea who Snowflake is. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to use your torture or drugs on me to see if I'm telling the truth. This is a courtroom, not a concentration camp. So you not only don't know Snowflake's identity and appearance, but also whether he was present. Indeed, if Snowflake had intended to meet me, there would probably be 2 captured by the police. That's true. I wish the police would capture all of you. Snowflake's role is unique. He just needs to stay in the shadows and wait for the right opportunity. In other words, he's not an essential part of this plan at all.
Wait a sec.
Since we come this far, I have to ask a couple more questions. What was your specific plan on the day of the incident? Is it relevant to your defense? Of course. Knowing your specific actions would definitely help in finding the real culprit. Fine, since you've already caught me, you deserve a bonus. The first step of my plan was to send the bomb and remote control into the stadium. As for how they were sent, let's consider it a trade secret. What does that have to do with trade? By the way, can someone provide the data of the time bomb?
It's rectangular, with dimensions of 30 by 24 by 20 centimeters, weight of 12 kilograms, containing about 10 kilograms of high concentrated explosive Cl-22. It's radio controlled with an effective range of 60 meters and a maximum delay of 60 minutes. Solid barriers significantly reduce its range of remote control. Since it's a foreign military weapon, information such as explosive equivalent is classified and currently unavailable.
Okay, thanks. Actually, I don't know much about bombs, but I do understand the part about remote control. The effective range of the remote control is 60 meters, and if there are obstacles in between, it would be further reduced. I see. Witness, after you sent the bomb and remote control into the venue, what was your next step?
The next step was to move the bomb to the appropriate location and then hide the remote control in the athlete's rest area.
Since this was an attack targeting the spectators, the appropriate location should have been in the playing field, right?
Then when the afternoon match began, I just needed to go to the athlete's rest area and retrieve the remote control. Then press the button within the effective range. 10 minutes later, we could have enjoyed this spectacle. Order! Order! Defendant, please refrain from casually saying such horrifying thing. There are no more hands watching over you in this court.
You already called in 20 bailiffs to surround him. It's definitely safe, isn't it? Ahem. So the entire plan could indeed be carried out by you alone.
Exactly.
What should I do? Should I question in detail? Mr. English, I still have doubts about your plan. Concerning the situation at the scene, it was impossible for you alone to accomplish all the tasks, right?
Heh, interesting.
Specifically, I think the problem with this plan lies in...
Yeah, because it's a delay of 60 minutes, so he could just bail out after he presses the button. Yeah, it would be the location of the bomb, wouldn't it?
Unfortunately, the location of the bomb makes your actions difficult to justify. According to the information provided by Prosecutor Schubert, the effective remote control distance of the bomb is only 60 meters, and once there is obstruction between the remote control and the bomb, it will further decrease.
Whatever.
Sky Shield planted this bomb with the aim of causing civilian casualties and panic. I don't know its specific location, but it must have been placed somewhere in the playing field. Even if there was no obstruction from Detective Stone, while you were holding the remote control in the athlete's rest area. How would you remotely control a bomb that was far away in the playing field and separated by several walls?
If we consider this from the perspective of Sky Shield, it does make some sense. Defense, what do you think?
My point is very simple. The attack plan should have been carried out by 2 people from the beginning.
Interesting.
After obtaining the remote control, you had to hand it over to a comrade who could access the playing field. Then your comrade would activate the bomb's timer. Does that make sense?
Are you saying that comrade is Snowflake?
It's very likely, especially since Detective Stone had intercepted this information.
Objection!
The playing field wasn't as crowded and chaotic as the spectator stands. Cameras broadcasting globally would have caught everything. It's not easy to find someone who could freely access the playing field.
Objection!
Detective Stone said that Sky Shield has a strong presence and informants everywhere. Anyone inside the stadium could have been one of their members.
Objection!
It cannot be called an answer. Tell us, who is this Snowflake?
Well, what should I do? I have no useful information about Snowflake. Wait, did I miss something?
Defense, I am also waiting for your answer. Who exactly is the Snowflake?
I am also unaware. I am also unaware of Snowflake's identity. I am curious about what conclusions you can draw.
Although there is no concrete evidence yet, I believe Snowflake is most likely
An athlete, a staff member, or a police officer? I mean, the only one... Let me take a look-see here. they also go through security checks? I mean, probably. Probably the athletes. Most likely a staff member, a police officer, an athlete. I mean, probably an athlete if they were just here. But then again, they would also get caught in the explode. Oh, but then again, there's a 60-minute delay, so they would, after they push the button, they could probably just, they would have plenty of time to make an excuse to get out. Probably an athlete. Because they're out in the field. But I guess how would they hide a... How would they hide a remote control? Let's see.
Snowflake is most likely an athlete who participated in the competition.
What?
Yeah.
Order! Order! Do you have any basis for saying this?
The reason is simple. The athletes' rest area was a private area, specifically prepared for athletes. Whether there was staff or police entering the rest area from the playing field during the match would have attracted attention. Only athletes who were competing could enter without drawing any attention, because it was perfectly legitimate.
Objection!
I knew you would say that. Do you think by once again shifting the focus to the athletes, you can repeat your old tricks and delay the trial by citing complex procedures? Unfortunately, your assertion is simply impossible.
Huh? What do you mean?
Just looking at the stadium plan. Next to the gate connecting the athletes' rest area and playing field, there's a camera directly facing the entrance. There's no way to enter the rest area from the stadium side without being captured by it.
So what does that mean?
Due to the fact that the crime scene was inside the rest area, the prosecution has investigated related video footage. The stadium officially opened at 12 p.m. On the day of the incident, the time match ended was around 4:40 p.m. During this nearly 5-hour period, not a single athlete entered the rest area.
What?
Furthermore, that camera didn't capture anyone at all during this time. It wasn't until 4:46 p.m. that 2 athletes walked in together and immediately discovered Detective Stone's body. Are you suggesting that both of them are Snowflake?
Order! Order! Defense, what do you think? Do you still believe that there were international criminals among the athletes? You should know that this accusation is even more serious than murder. If you still want to investigate all the athletes, it will cause chaos.
No need for that.
What?
I never thought that ambiguous thing would actually come in handy here. Chief, I'm risking this because I trust you. Please don't let me down.
Oh, the fingerprint scanner.
I mean, we don't need to investigate all the athletes. We just need to investigate one of them.
What is it?
Prosecutor Ray refuted my claim by saying that the camera didn't capture anyone entering the rest area. But what if there was a passage from the playing field to the athletes' rest area that wouldn't be captured?
Objection!
Have you been watching too many TV series? How could there be secret passages in a national level venue like this?
Objection!
Of course, this passage wouldn't have been prepared by the stadium's designers in advance. Considering its extremely secretive location, it's understandable that the police didn't find it.
Huh? So you've already discovered this passage?
Not exactly, but this piece of evidence can indicate the location of the passage.
The fingerprint locker.
Take this.
Your Honor, please take a look at this piece of evidence.
Objection!
I wonder why a fingerprint lock at the scene was missing yesterday, and it turns out you had it.
Huh?
Your Honor, the defense not only damaged public property, obstruct the investigation, but dare show illegal evidence in court.
God fucking damn it, Chief, you fucked me over.
We request that this unscrupulous lawyer be immediately expelled from the courtroom on grounds of contempt of court.
What? Seriously? God fucking damn it, Chief, you fucked me over. I'm gonna lose my badge over this shit.
Order! Order! Ahem. Prosecutor Ray, please calm down. There is indeed documentation of this fingerprint lock in the files on my desk.
What?
And just during the adjournment, the police delivered a briefing. It details the process of obtaining this piece of evidence, and this process has been recognized by the police.
How is it possible? Why are you more surprised than me?
That old fox is as difficult to deal with as ever.
Chief, isn't it vandalism? And was it even at the crime scene?
Don't worry, I'll handle that. Yeah.
Is this what the chief meant by handling? Where does this suspicious pal come from? Well, anyway, since it's a legal piece of evidence, can I proceed with my argument?
Of course, please continue.
As Prosecutor Ray mentioned earlier, some officers have gone to the crime scene to continue the investigation. May I request the court to connect with the officers on site and investigate the locker to which this fingerprint lock belongs?
What kind of trick is this?
Detective Stone mentioned in the video that he had opened a secret passage inside the stadium. That's very intriguing. Inspired by a certain senior, I find the locker to which this lock belongs highly suspicious.
I'm also interested in this. I'm also interested in this secret passage. It shouldn't be too difficult to connect with the officers. Bailiff, we purchased a live streaming device earlier. Let's make use of that.
Huh? You can actually use that kind of thing in a courtroom?
Your Honor, we have successfully connected with the officer on site, and we are now switching to the live stream of locker number 26.
So this is the locker to which the fingerprint lock belongs. It looks quite ordinary.
Well, just to be safe, we could have the officers on site investigate according to my instructions.
No problem, just tell them what to do.
Chief mentioned sensing an unusual airflow in this locker. His mystical theories are beyond me. All I can do is thoroughly inspect his locker. Try tapping on the screen and investigating the locker meticulously.
There's a loose screw there.
Is it my illusion? The screw seems to be loose.
Ignorant. Apex Stadium is a publicly accessible venue and has been in operation for many years. It's perfectly normal for the components of a locker to be worn out and loose due to age.
Is that so? I find it rather peculiar that this screw seems to be loose, as if someone just pushed it in. I really want to try unscrewing it and see what happens, but if I do that, I probably won't be able to investigate other things. Check something else first. What is this? Some kind of accessory?
Ignorant. This is the most popular accessory this year. The necklace of solicitude. You can insert a photo into the locket on the necklace, symbolizing keeping your beloved close to your heart at all times.
Huh. I've heard of it before, but I didn't know it had become popular overseas. Let me see. There's a charming middle-aged woman in the photo. Do any of you know this person?
No.
Never seen her.
Doesn't even feel familiar.
Seems she's not a public figure. Probably just a relative of this athlete. There's a handwritten line on the back of the photo, but it's not a language I can understand. Forget it. This is clearly a private item unrelated to the case. Check something else first. What's this? A neatly folded piece of cloth, and a huge chrysanthemum drawn on it.
Ignorant. This is the national flag of the East Asian island country, the Republic of Neon. The chrysanthemum is an inviolable symbol of the culture of Neon, and this flag is also known as the Sacred Chrysanthemum Flag.
I don't have any feelings of sacredness of it all.
Why would there be a national flag in the defendant's in an athlete's locker?
I know it. Once the athlete wins the championship, they can wear it and run in front of the cameras, right?
Surprisingly logical.
This flag is folded so neatly with no traces of being draped around. Seems like this athlete from Neon missed out on the championship. I noticed this weird object as soon as I saw the footage. What on earth is it?
Ignorant. This is a subspecies of cactus called Despairing King, native to South Asia.
You really didn't pick that name out of the blue?
So it's just a cactus. Nothing too strange.
No, this is downright strange. Why would a gymnast keep a cactus in their locker?
Could it be a trap for setting competitors? Like placing it at the landing point of the vault?
Who would be so malicious? Besides, that would be against the rules. There's nothing in the soil or beneath the pot. This isn't what I'm looking for. Is this a broken wooden stick? Is this some kind of tool?
Ignorant, even humans from the Stone Age wouldn't make such irregularly shaped tools. This is probably some garbage casually taken off from a wooden item.
If it's garbage, why would someone deliberately put it in their own locker? Upon closer inspection, one end of the stick is hot and pointed. It's actually quite dangerous. Have I seen this shape somewhere before?
Mr. Drake, you've been staring at this wooden stick for quite some time. Do you have any thoughts about it?
Oh, thoughts might be too much to say, but I could ask the officers on site to carefully preserve this wooden stick. There might be fingerprints or something on it.
I'm not sure what you're up to, but it shouldn't be too difficult.
You said it's familiar. Oh, is it from here? Oh, it's from the stock room. What the hell? Oh yeah, that matches the... Oh yeah. It's the broken balance beam. But what could that mean? What could that mean? Is it somehow connected to the... Oh, what the fuck? Shiyonghui. Shiyonghui. No.
Everything has been investigated thoroughly, but I still can't shake the feeling about that screw. Excuse me, is anyone listening? I find this screw to a bit suspicious. Could you help me unscrew it?
Sure, I'll give it a try. Oh my god! The metal plate behind this locker can be removed as a whole.
What? Take it off and see what's behind it.
What?
How is it possible?
What is going on? Why is there such a big hole behind the wall of this locker?
Your Honor, behind this hole is the changing room. It's behind a barrier, making it difficult to notice from the other side.
Order! Order!
The conclusion is clear. The hole in the wall is the passage that Detective Stone opened for Snowflake.
What?
Seeing is believing, Your Honor. I request an immediate summon of the user of this locker to the court for questioning. From the stadium plan, you can see that these lockers are located in the blind spots of the camera. The user of this locker could easily sneak into the rest area without being noticed.
Indeed.
More importantly, this person not only could be an associate of Sky Shield, but also likely the one killing Detective Stone.
Objection!
While this person may indeed have ties to Sky Shield, how could she be involved in a murder case? Are you trying to shift blame onto someone whose identity isn't even confirmed to exonerate as a villain?
Objection!
You previously stated that the defendant is the only person with both motive and opportunity, but this athlete who has yet to surface could have snuck into the crime scene during the match without being noticed. Another head of Sky Shield. She has even more reason to eliminate undercover agents within the organization.
Alright.
Order! Order!
Impressive. I admire your daring and thinking extraordinary courage. Wait, I should say it differently.
I admire your
my throat.
I admire your I admire your daring thinking and extraordinary courage.
Defendant, do you have any comments on this?
My stance has never changed. I know nothing of Snowflake. As for your upcoming performance, I am merely an audience.
Considering it involves Sky Shield's interests, it's unlikely that he'll cooperate.
Well then, let me share my opinion. According to the presumption of the Innocence, we cannot conclusively link the user of this locker to Sky Shield. To suspect her murder requires further investigation and questioning. In the meantime, this unusual passage does correspond to the contents of Detective Stone's video. Therefore, the court has reason and obligation to hear her testimony. Not after testimony. Exactly. Prosecutor Ray, who was the user of locker number 26 on the day of the incident?
Records show that the user was Erika Kujio. Okay. Records show that the user was Miss Erika Kujio from the Republic of Neon.
Erika? The name sounds familiar.
She is the runner-up in the gymnastics competition. The reason why the prosecution already has information on her is because she happened to be the first discoverer of the body, along with Cyan Millers, the champion gymnast of our country.
Huh? So she was one of the discoverers of the body.
I see. Where is Erika Kujio now?
Since she was already involved in the case, the police have already conducted questioning procedures for her. It won't take long to summon her.
Alright, then I ask the prosecution to arrange for this lady to testify in court. Court is adjourned for 20 minutes until her arrival.
Finally I can rest for a while. Upon the current situation, what can I say to defend further? If the case is a nightmare, I wish someone would pinch me and wake me up now.
Ahem, there you are.
Chief Thomas, you're finally here.
I knew you would have a desperate expression like now.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that.
Well, it is really not a good time to joke around.
I am not joking. Actually, I'm a bit envious of you for having such an amazing client.
If you really mean it, just take the job.
I did consider taking the job for you, but think of it. If you ever want to stand on your own someday, you'll have to be able to handle all these cases on your own.
You haven't handled something like this? You haven't handled something like this, have you? Okay, let's get down to business. Since the trial began, things have been heading in the worst direction. A surprising eyewitness, a sudden victim confession, and the unbelievable change in the defendant's identity. Even though it's only been a morning, I feel like it's been centuries.
But you successfully made the court focus on the murder case itself. You're doing good.
Thanks to your star observation, so I can make it to this. Thanks to your star observation, so I can make it to this point.
It was a piece of cake. But when the true identity of your client was exposed, I was really worried for you. I was afraid that you'd give up to the courtroom's pressure and change your stance outright.
Well, if I had done that, wouldn't all these years of your teaching have been in vain? Just because Zane's English is a villain, then we throw all accusations at him for no reason. Then what's the point of the law?
Great, you're finally being more mature than that young prosecutor.
So your expectation for me is that low?
Of course not. I'm looking forward to the day when our office's name changes. Now the office is called Thomas and Drake Co. When you become the chief, it will be Drake and Thomas Co.
Huh? That's the first time I've heard of it. So when will I become the chief?
Relax. Once I'm 6 feet under, it'll be your turn.
Why can't you just retire? But the girl Luna Ray isn't too bad. Like many newcomers fresh out of the university, she entered the courtroom simply thinking to punish evil and promote good. If having more experience, she might actually be promising.
By the way, I have heard your client has been taken to another lounge.
Your ears are really everywhere. The witness who will testify later might be his fellow. To prevent any covert signaling or collusion between them in court, he won't be in the upcoming trial process. Great. Sky Shield has been even more active recently, and cases related to it are cropping up everywhere. I'm actually worried about where to collect information. I'll call Thoth to interrogate him together. Huh? I can understand you wanting to collect information, but why bring Prosecutor Schubert? Of course, because life is more interesting if you have a match. I am not that kind of person enjoying a feast alone. Well. I really can't stand your relationship. But if they go together, Prosecutor Schubert will not be in court later, right? Okay, then you two go interrogate Saint's English, and I'll deal with the athlete. Great! If that athlete really is Snowflake, I need to meet her for myself. I never paid attention to gymnastic competitions, nor do I know what kind of person Erika Kuzio is. If she's really both an athlete and an assassin, she must be a muscular woman. 2 minutes before the trial starts. Defense attorney, please take your position. Ahem. It's almost time. Who should go in now? I think there are people screaming. It's probably because the athlete arrived. Definitely. Get in there quickly. Think it over. What is the meaning of the law to you? Yes. July 6, 12:50 p.m. District Court, Corner Number 1.
The trial of Mr. Saint's English is now continuing. Prosecutor Ray has the witness mentioned earlier been brought in.
The gymnast from the Republic of Neon, Erika Kuzio, is waiting outside of the courtroom.
Okay, please bring her in now. Order!
Huh? Is this the person I'm looking for? She's quite different from what I expected.
那个法庭的你们初次面见，请多指教哟。
哦，幸会。我本来还在担心语言不通的问题，没想到你居然会讲中文。
嘿，胡子爷爷
She called... Oh my... She just called him Grandpa. Yeah, because she said yeah, so that means Grandpa in Chinese.
人家前面因为体操训练在这里待过1年呢，所以汉语会一点点说的哟。
哦，原来如此，不错。
Hey, it seems like the judge has forgotten that she might be a head of a criminal organization, but she looks just like a high school student. Is it really her?
闲话就到此为止吧。证人，报上你的姓名和职业。姓名吗？可以叫我 Erika。偶像是职业的说。
咦，偶像艾丽卡，不是体操运动员凌小璐、惠梨香吗？哎，雷姐，这是怎么回事啊？你怎么把一个和案件无关的小姑娘给带过来了？
讨厌了，胡子爷爷居然不知道呢。
知道什么？
艾丽卡，就是天照国语中惠梨香的近似发音。这位证人既是体操运动员，也是天照民国一位人气超高的少女偶像。
哦，原来如此，我明白了。哎呀，这么小的年纪就有如此成就，真是令人刮目相看呐！
So she's an idol. No wonder the age in her profile is classified.
Let's get down to business now. Okay, even though I'm not quite sure what business refers to. Miss I keep saying it's Kui. Miss Kuzio, we know that you were one of the first discoverers of the victim's body. Moreover, that nagging defense suspects you of being a member of a dangerous criminal organization. Huh? What organization? What's that?
Without solid evidence, I won't accuse anyone. But the situation now is indeed serious. We all hope you can explain your actions on the day of the incident.
That's right. Hope you can cooperate with us.
Wow, you're all so serious. So what exactly does Erica need to explain? Your direct connection to the case that you discovered the body. Perhaps you can start by recalling the situation at the time.
Recalling the situation when she discovered the body. A good starting point.
No problem at all. Everything Erica will tell you, Desu. When the body we discovered, Erica was with Cyan. The time, it was around 5 Desu. The competition was over, and chatting we were very happy. In front of Erica was Cyan, and the sauna, she went too fast. But then she suddenly screamed. Erica ran over to look. Ah, horrible! A policeman on the ground, covered in blood. And we came out and screamed for help. It was so scary, Desu.
Well, although she can express herself, those sentences are quite unorganized.
It's horrible for such a young girl to see that bloody scene. But I have a question. Who is this Cyan she kept mentioning?
Cyan Millers, a gymnast from our country, and also the champion of this competition. Miss Kudzio came in second place with a minor score gap.
Oh, I see. So this is Cyan Millers. Is the other discoverer of the body, right?
Yes, so Mr. Beard knows her. Cyan is Erica's best sister.
Oh, the first and second place winners of the gymnastics competition are actually sisters on the outside of the competition. Your relationship reminds me of the wonderful friendships in my youth.
Defense, start your questioning.
Right. Questioning now.
Okay, but before that, I'd like to ask a question. The sauna was closed on the day of the competition, right? Why did you go there?
Ah, Erica knows this. We saw the words on the door, Desu. But San kept saying that my leg hurt. Let's go in and steam for a while. Erica tried to stop her, but failed. She was so fast walking, Erica couldn't keep up at all.
So she actually lost in physical endurance.
Defense, you may proceed with your questioning.
Wait a sec.
Witness, when did you find out that the sauna was under maintenance? Witness?
Are you asking Erica?
Who else is there? Who else here is the witness?
But my name is Erica, not witness.
It's just a term to describe your role in court. Anyway, witness, Miss Erica, could you answer my question?
Well, the preliminary round of the competition was also held in that building. Erica knew that the sauna was broken at the time, but Cyan just rushed in and not saw the words. Careless.
I have a feeling that this Miss Cyan must be a very peculiar person.
Wait a sec.
Could you please recall the specific situation at the time?
Okay, let Erica try. Erica knows. Maybe the police also wanted to steam in the sauna, Desu.
Who would wear a police uniform and go into the women's sauna room for a sauna? My question is that what you saw when you discovered the body, not what it made you think of.
Then why'd you ask questions in that way?
Really can't communicate with her.
If you asked for seeing, there was a lot of water and smoke in the room. Erica approached and saw the man on the ground. One of the things Erica couldn't see clearly.
Did the steam from the Detective Stone and Mr. English's struggle remain for 2 hours? Even if the room's heat dissipation system was broken, it was too long. Witness, can you add the situation of the room when you discovered the body to your testimony?
Erica Erica's not good at calculating.
Not that kind of ad, just include what you said into your testimony.
Okay. And the room was all smoke. And for details, Erica couldn't see clearly, that's it.
Okay.
Wait a sec.
So when you entered the sauna, the steam was thick?
How could it be? It's impossible.
Huh? Why?
Steam is insubstantial. How could it be thick?
By thick, I mean the concentration of steam, not its thickness.
Your language is so hard to learn, Desu.
Well. Maybe explaining it only makes it harder to understand. But was the room really like that when she discovered the body? Oh, right after the body was found. Oh.
Objection.
Yeah. Miss Kuzio,
Nah? What's wrong?
when you described the situation in the sauna, you mentioned there was all smoke in the room, right?
Yes, it was hot, and Erica's eyes were burning.
Unfortunately, that is impossible. Please take a look at this. Please look at this. This photo was taken immediately by police at the scene after the body was discovered. Did you see any smoke in this photo?
Objection!
The witness must have opened the door when she discovered the body. It's possible that when the police arrived, the steam inside had already dissipated.
Objection.
Both the witness and Detective Sanford stated that the police arrived immediately after hearing the scream. If the steam in the room was so thick that the visibility was completely obscured, how could it dissipate so quickly?
Did Erica see something really bad? Did Erica make everyone angry?
I'm not following. Discrepancies between a witness's description and the actual scene are common. Does it matter? Of course. Let's think of why the sauna was filled with steam in the first place.
It's because the defendant and the victim knocked over the wooden barrel while struggling.
Exactly. Logically, even if the sauna's heat dissipation system malfunctioned, the water in the barrel was limited. The steam at the scene would naturally stick to nearby objects and gradually dissipated. And then it will look like what was captured in the photo. But if the witness really entered the sauna for the first time after the competition ended, she shouldn't have seen the scene of all the smoke in the room at all.
Maybe Erica remembers it wrong?
Remember it wrong? I don't think it's that simple. Maybe you've already seen the room filled with steam long before the time you mentioned. Why is Prosecutor Ray silent too? Is she pondering something?
The struggle between the defendant and the victim occurred at 2:45 p.m. If the witness had seen such a scene before, it means that she had entered the athlete's rest area during the competition period. Witness, I think you'll deny it, right? What? Yes, Erica completely focused on preparing for a competition this year. To convince the court, it won't work by mere words. Can you provide any evidence to support yourself? Evidence? I remember. There was a camera at the entrance of that place.
A camera? Oh, you mean the surveillance camera?
Erica completely focused on preparing for the competition this year, so Erica definitely wouldn't have been captured. Well done. You do have evidence. Defense. Well done, you do have evidence. Defense, now you can't refute, right?
What is she doing? She knows that the camera has already... Wait, is she seeking my cooperation? If so, then I can't fail her expectation.
Objection.
Witness, do you think that the camera not capturing your figure proves that you didn't go to the rest area?
Of course. The camera, Erica couldn't evade it.
It seems because you just arrived at the court and haven't quite understand the situation now. Let me remind you that because of this evidence, the camera is meaningless to us.
Is that separate?
Take this.
Yeah, Witness, do you know the specialty of the locker number 26 you used?
Specialty? Aren't lockers all the same?
In the locker you used, the police found a secret passage. The passage not only allows you to avoid being captured by the camera and easily access the rest area, but it's also a trap for the heads of Sky Shield, which was set up by the victim specifically.
A secret passage and a trap? Cool, those words sound like something in an anime, Desu. But Erika didn't know anything about the secret passage.
So now you are pretending you know nothing about the secret passage.
Don't know just means don't know. What does pretending mean?
If she insists she knows nothing, is there any way to verify it?
Objection!
The hole in the locker is at most half a meter high. Even for a petite girl like you, it's inevitable that you would inevitably touch the wall if you were to pass through it. Clothing fibers, residual traces, even your DNA. If the police want to investigate, they will definitely find something.
Oh, yeah, that's where the stick comes into play. Because she bumped into it and it broke.
Eh?
Prosecutor Ray?
Don't get me wrong. I'm just doing what I believe is right. Oh no, Prosecutor? Erika thought you were on Erika's side? In court, I'm only on the side of justice and truth. Justice and truth? But they are not real. How can you be on their side? Your language... Wow, so I don't learn to say.
Witness, stop pretending you are not related. Your Honor, we believe that Prosecutor Ray's viewpoint is quite reasonable. Let's have the police check for traces on the wall.
Okay. Bailiff, call the police at the scene now.
What did she just shout?
She said objection in Japanese.
Oh no, I don't think police need to check it after all.
Objection!
Handling a case is not a child's play. It's not up to you to make the decision.
Erika means to say, Erika admits the mistake.
Huh?
Erika is a bad girl. Erika did hide something. What? Are you admitting now that you went to the secret passage and went into the crime scene? The hole in the locker, Erika did find it. But Erika really doing anything bad? Mr. Beard, could you be willing to give Erika another chance?
You want to correct your testimony?
Yes, what Erika said just now doesn't count. Can Erika start over?
Justifying again is okay, but I must remind you. Frequently overturning your previous testimony will greatly reduce your credibility.
Erika knows, so Erika would definitely tell the truth this time.
What do you two think?
As long as she's guilty, the more she talks, the more likely she'll show more loopholes. I can't miss the opportunity. The defense would like to hear her explanation of the secret passage.
The prosecution has no objections. Witness, please describe your understanding and the use of the secret passage. Okay, that's it. On the day of a competition, early Erika arrived an empty locker picked randomly. Erika didn't have much stuff, so Erika was thinking of putting leave. But then a big hole Erika suddenly discovered in the locker. Due to curiosity, Erika crawled out of the hole, not wanting to know where it led. I wanted to know where it led us to, but Erika had to prepare for the competition, so Erika came back right away. Apart from the changing room, the other rooms behind the hole, Erika never went to Desu.
Order! Order! Witness, are you admitting that you went through the secret passage?
Eh? It was a secret passage? Erika thought it was a mountain cave.
Where's the mountain?
Witness, you clearly stated that you focused on preparing for the competition and didn't enter the rest area. So what about this testimony? Erika crawled out of the hole, then crawled back right away. Does it count as entering?
If that's the case, the previous testimony might not be perjury.
But it depends on whether her current testimony is true.
Then, the defense may proceed with the questioning.
Wait a sec.
How did you discover the big hole?
No need to discover it. It was so obvious.
Huh? I remember we unscrewed the screw and removed the metal plate to see it, right?
It was Erika who put screw back in. When Erika opened the locker, the metal plate was already removed.
Huh? That was too obvious.
That's right. Erica thought all lockers were the same.
Was Detective Stone intentionally doing this to prevent Snowflake from not knowing how to open the secret passage? But it increased the credibility of her claim that she didn't know it was a secret passage. It's really frustrating.
Wait a sec.
You crawled through the hole without informing any teammates or coaches?
Erica's teammates were training us to. Our coach somehow was very mind-blowing. You wouldn't blame Erica.
Mind-blowing?
Ignorant, she meant kind-looking, right?
Why can't you understand even that? According to the stadium plan, this locker directly leads to the athlete's changing room, right?
Yes, Erica changed the clothes at the residence, so Erica didn't need the changing room to see.
Wait a sec.
When you say right away, how long exactly do you mean?
I know, it was like the time it takes to do 2 somersaults?
Isn't it just a few seconds?
You mean you crawled through the hole, took a glance, and crawled back in right away? Exactly! You are smarter!
So I'm the dumb one?
Wait a sec.
There are many rooms connected to the changing room, and you didn't enter any of them.
Erica just crawled back right away. No time to go, Desu.
Apart from the sauna, there are other rooms in the area, like the stock room where Alex Zhang stayed, and the shower room next to the sauna. Did she really not enter any of these rooms? Was there anything she could only do by entering a specific room?
Yeah, it's broken off from here. The thing is, how do I link it though?
Wait a sec.
Putting leave? What are you talking about?
Just putting leave.
Does the putting leave mean putting down your stuff and then leaving?
That's right. Mr. Beer's so smart. Erica put the stuff down and was going to leave.
Oh, I got it right. I am so smart. What's there to be proud of? What did you put down?
Oh, there were so many things that I can't remember them all.
Huh? There are indeed a lot of things in the locker. If time permitted, I'd really like to ask her about what the pot of cactus was for.
Let me look at the map. There, enters there. Rest areas there. She could have went through here and into the stock room. But how do I link it though?
Wait a sec.
Let me look at this again. I guess I'll try presenting this?
Objection.
No.
Objection!
Yeah. No, it's not that. Do I use that? Or, hold on. coming back right away.
Objection.
Oh, okay, I have to present that, not the other one.
Miss Kuzio, are you certain you didn't enter any room behind the secret passage?
That's right. Erica needed to prepare for the competition. No time to spare.
Are you familiar with this item?
Eh? This
oddly shaped wooden stick was found in your locker. To prevent you from denying it, I have the officers at the scene carefully preserve it. At this moment, it probably still bears your fingerprints.
Eh? Is that so?
She is wavering? I finally made some progress.
Erica picked up the stick she casually as garbage and put it in the locker carelessly, Desu.
Objection!
This wooden stick really looks like ordinary garbage. What does that have to do with the case?
I'm not quite getting it either. Is it really related to the case?
You can't find out anything significant by its appearance, but another piece of evidence can prove that the witness's testimony is a complete lie. The piece of evidence related to the wooden stick, which can prove that Erika Kuzio is lying, is
This one.
Take this.
Your Honor, please take a look at this photo.
The photo was taken by the witness Alex Zhang.
With such poor clarity, what can we even see?
The clarity of this photo is indeed atrocious, but fortunately, we can see the most important part. Everyone, please take a look. There's a discarded balance beam in the photo, and at one end of it happens to be missing a piece.
Oh, that's true.
Even with the naked eye, we can see that the gap is almost identical to the shape of the wooden stick in the witness's locker. Witness, you confirm that you never entered any room behind the secret passage besides the changing room. The balance beam fragment should be in the stock room, but why did it end up in your locker?
Ah!
Order! Order!
The time Alex Zhang took this photo was around 1:30 p.m., and you arrived at the stadium around 1. So when you had just arrived at the stadium, you rushed through the secret passage and took the wooden stick from the stockroom.
Erica's a naughty girl who loves picking up garbage. You caught Erica.
Picking up garbage? It's probably not that simple.
Although the defense makes a valid point, I don't quite understand. Does it matter even if the witness took a wooden stick before the competition?
Yeah, I haven't figured that out either. What's the connection between the wooden stick and the case? Since it's a part of the balance beam, it should be quite hard. According to the photo, one end of the stick is sharp. Wait, a hard and sharp wooden stick.
I leaked the information to them this morning. As long as they get through the passage and meet in the athlete's rest area, I will capture them both. I heard that Cerberus used to serve in the Special Forces.
Let me say that again.
I heard that Cerberus used to serve in Special Forces, while Snowflake is an assassin skilled at throwing sharp objects.
That's it. I see. Now everything makes sense.
What? What? I haven't figured it out yet.
Besides the passage left by Detective Stone, the wooden stick further exposes the identity of the witness. Erika Kuzio, you are Snowflake. A head of Sky Shield, known as the Executioner, aren't you?
What?
Order! Order! Defense, why are you suddenly coming to this conclusion?
The wooden stick is garbage in the hands of ordinary people, but for an assassin skilled at throwing sharp objects, it's a handy weapon.
One end of the stick is very sharp, and the other end can be gripped. It's quite suitable to be a throwing weapon. What are you talking about? Erica feels dizzy, Desu. Just because Erica picked up a wooden stick, Erica becomes a big bad guy?
Indeed, merely the wooden stick is not enough to draw the conclusion. But since you entered the courtroom, you have been evasive in your testimony and have been caught lying several times. Both the evidence and your testimony made you quite suspicious. Now it's naive of you to try and claim that everything is just coincidence or unintentional.
This little girl is an assassin of Sky Shield. It's unbelievable.
But I think what the lawyers said makes sense. The witness is not very credible. They say you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe she's actually a very dangerous criminal.
Order! Order! Witness, do you have anything to say?
I know,
Alright, looks like she can't hold on anymore. Let's finish her off right now. According to Detective Stone's video, Cerberus and Snowflake had planned to meet in this athlete's rest area. Snowflake was to provide support for the plan. The stadium's security was so tight that she couldn't bring weapons in. Therefore, it was more reasonable for her to find a weapon on site after entering the stadium.
So, she took a wooden stick from that balance beam just in case?
Yes, next, around 3 p.m., the defendant entered the athlete's rest area as scheduled. If I'm not mistaken, 3 was probably the time he and Snowflake had planned to meet. However, when he entered the sauna, he encountered Detective Stone, who had prepared for an ambush. We all know what happened next. Since the plan was exposed, the defendant tried to flee, but was arrested by the police. Now the question is, what would Snowflake, who was at the stadium, do at the time?
She didn't know what happened on the other side of the rest area, so she would keep her appointment.
Exactly. The sauna has 2 doors. If Detective Stone was still alive after gunshot, he would have immediately met Snowflake, who was entering from the playing field. And if Snowflake went to the meeting place as scheduled but saw a police officer in uniform, what would she think?
The plan had been exposed. We've been betrayed. This is a trap set by the police.
That's right. It's easy to imagine what happened next. Miss Kutsuo, you are the one who entered the sauna and fired the second shot, right? Only then you could see the sauna filled with white steam. I'm not sure what exactly happened in the sauna after the defendant left. But as the head of Sky Shield, whether it's for self-protection or to eliminate a traitor, it's reasonable for you to kill Detective Stone.
Defense, so you not only believe this witness is Snowflake, but also accuse her of being the murderer in the case.
That's right. It would explain everything if she is the murderer.
Prosecutor Ray, what do you think?
We currently cannot acknowledge all the accusations against the witness made by the defense, but there are so many doubts about the witness that cannot be ignored. Witness, who are you? What did you do on the day of the incident? If you don't want to talk about them here, I'll bring you to the police station in our country.
你们一个个都好可怕的说。艾利克，这是被联合起来欺负了吗？
证人，指向你的证据，以及你不合常理的发言实在太多。再这样强装下去，我想已经没有人会相信。
哦，是这样呢。
证人，请你认真面对我们的问题，你到底是不是天盾的？
伊迪阿里，哼，无聊。
啊？
好心过来给你们做个证，你们还不领情，真是无奈呀。
证人，你这是……
哼，这才是你的真面目吗？看来所谓的中文不好，也都是装的了。
这可不是我想装，外语说的太流利，会被我国的某些观众讨厌的。哎，你们呀，居然说我是天盾的干部和杀手，别逗我笑了。木条也好，暗道也好，一个个的证据全都建立在假想之上。说我是魁月，那就把我跟天盾组织来往的证据拿出来好了。说我在比赛那天杀了人，敢问有谁看到或者听到我对着那死者开枪了？
Oh damn, the music's kicking in.
It's like she becomes another person. She became another person. And she's right. There isn't a single piece of evidence directly linking her to the case.
这个案子的凶手是被告语文英语，你们几个是不是把重点搞错了？如果现有的证据还不够给他定罪，要不要我再多给你们提供一点
What?
Objection！ 证人，无论你出于什么目的，在庭上说谎都不可接受。
这位小姐，我这可是要帮你的忙呢。你这是脑子秀逗了，还是被那个吊车尾的律师大叔收买的？你们这种只会耍嘴皮子的人，我最讨厌了。唉，如果没有更多问题，我就要回这地准备后面的比赛了。粉丝们都说艾丽卡在训练中卖萌的样子才是最赞的呢。
Order! Order! Defense, you better do something about her. Do I need to shift some balance from guarding the defendant to watching her?
Why do I have to decide on that? Witness, since you removed your pretense, let's get to the point. No matter what threats you may utter, my inference has turned you to be a suspect. No one in court would agree to let you leave now.
Oh, really? You're quite confident in your inference.
As the inference gets closer to the truth, it's only natural for me to be confident.
Mr. Beard, the lawyer is accusing me of committing some severe crimes. According to your country's laws, I have the right to continue testifying and refute him, right?
Of course, but since you've already committed perjury twice, few people would believe in your testimony.
Huh? I know that for sure. However, the court is a place for reason, not for emotions. If I can present my arguments more logically and persuasively, I'm afraid it won't be up to you to believe it or not, right?
Well...
I've been irritated by the cooperation between the lawyer and the prosecutor for a long time. I'll use my final testimony to completely shatter your dignity. Alright, I've had enough fun. Let me tell you the real situation of that day. I've discovered the big hole behind the locker before the competition. It's so boring to wait for the game, so I crawled into the rest area from that hole to see what's inside. I opened the north door of the sauna, in which the steam was swirling, and I barely saw a police officer's body. Considering that calling for help at that time would arouse suspicion and affect the competition, I returned to the arena silently. The only thing I did wrong was to find someone to accompany me and then pretend to have just discovered the body. Accusing me of murder? You're overstimulating me. I never touched a gun, let alone used it. You said I used the wooden stick as a weapon. Then answer me. Were there any wounds on the body caused by it? Without evidence, I won't admit to anything. If you continue to harass me, I'll request the intervention of my country's embassy.
Order! Order! Witness, so you discovered the body. Much earlier than we knew.
Yeah, what's the big deal? I didn't tamper with the scene, let alone touch the body. Don't casually accuse me of weird crimes. Otherwise, as I just said, be prepared to receive a protest letter from my country's embassy.
Objection!
No matter what nationality you are, as long as you violate the law within our country, the court has the right to judge. Even if you involve the embassy of the Republic of Neon, it won't help. Oh, you know the laws pretty well. If I really committed a crime, I would have no complaints about being thrown into jail by you. But if you want to falsely accuse me of something, that would be a serious diplomatic issue, you know.
I don't want to admit it, but the witness is not only a foreigner, but also a public figure. Accusing forcefully in the absence of evidence would make the court's position extremely awkward.
I see. I'll be careful in the upcoming questioning. Just leave everything to me.
Very well. I look forward to your defeat.
I've come this far. How could I back down now? This should be the final testimony in this lengthy trial. I don't care whether you're a popular idol or a terrifying assassin. Since you've challenged me, bring it on.
The defense, please proceed with the questioning.
Alright.
Wait a sec.
Why did you open the north door of the sauna?
Just gave it a try and saw what's inside. Maybe I would have had a sauna.
Objection!
The competition wasn't over yet, and you're already thinking of the sauna? This lie is too weak. Maybe my brain malfunctioned for a moment. Who knows?
Can you provide a detailed description of the police officer's body you saw at the time?
I didn't examine the face closely, but the chest was bleeding. The steam inside was too thick for me to see clearly.
How could you be sure it was a body? Have you encountered many bodies before?
Huh, nice leading question. Your intelligence has returned a bit.
You saw through it anyway.
Wait a sec.
If you have nothing to hide, it shouldn't raise suspicion, right?
Huh, naive. An inexplicable big hole appeared behind the locker. If I yell, your country might come after me for compensation.
So that's your point?
Anyway, I didn't touch anything at the scene. I had nothing to do with this case. Tony's up so soon. What is done by night appears by day. Even if you hid the slightest clues, the police will eventually find them. Is that so? Have they found any clues? Not yet. Then good luck.
Well, well. Is she really just a teenage girl? I feel like we are dominated completely.
Wait a sec.
The person you found to accompany you was Cyan Millers, an athlete of our country, right?
Yes, she's unbearably naive. I just said hello and then she followed along.
So you mean her actions when discovering the body were all genuine?
Of course. She was there, roaring and screaming, almost bursting my eardrums.
That's very vivid.
When you pretended to discover the body, did you do anything suspicious? Would I tell you if I'd done something suspicious?
Huh? Did you really do anything?
No, I just wanted to see your expression. It must be interesting.
You despicable!
See?
Let's stop with the irrelevant topics. Your descriptions just now are one-sided. It's still possible for you to pick up the pistol at the scene and fire at the victim.
Oh, I don't think so.
Wait a sec.
Huh? You never touched a gun in your life?
Why should I? I'm a gymnast, not a police officer.
That's true.
If you find someone killed by a knife, sword, or axe, it might be more reasonable to use me. When it comes to firing with a gun, it's really beyond my capabilities. According to Interpol's Sky Shield report, Snowflake is an assassin skilled at throwing sharp weapons. Many police officers investigating Sky Shield were killed by flying knives, and it is speculated that Snowflake was behind it. However, the report never mentioned that Snowflake can use firearms. I don't know why you suddenly brought up Snowflake. In any case, I'm completely ignorant when it comes to guns.
It's indeed very difficult for someone who has never used a gun to shoot an experienced detective. The police didn't mention it, but that doesn't mean that she can't use a gun. I can't confirm her statement. Even if we hand her a gun now, she could pretend not to know how to use it.
Wait a sec.
Prosecutor Ray?
You have the autopsy report too, why ask me?
Just in case.
Apart from the gunshot wound, Detective Stone had bruises from punches and other injuries during the struggle. There were no marks of being stabbed or cut by a sharp weapon. See? Regardless of why I took the wooden stick, I didn't use it.
Indeed.
Wait a sec.
If your charge is confirmed, it won't matter if your president comes in person.
Is that so? Then how confident are you in confirming the so-called charge?
Probably not at all. She's looking at me with eyes that seem to say, I'm worried about you, my dear idiot.
Wait a sec.
Discover, not new.
意義ある。
If you're saying I knew it beforehand, prove it.
It's impossible.
Then shut your mouth and listen.
Ugh.
The assembly time for the participants was 1:30 p.m. My team arrived for pre-game familiarization. I chose this locker randomly and happened to find a large hole behind it.
Objection!
Randomly? Happen to? Are you disdaining our intelligence? Yes, I am. You... If you're saying it wasn't randomly or it happened to, prove it or save it.
Well, I can emphasize with her now.
Wait a sec.
Do you remember the specific time?
I went in twice. The first time, as you mentioned, was before the assembly. Out of an athlete's professionalism, I explored the entire rest area to familiarize myself with the surroundings. If you wanted to go to the rest area, why didn't you just enter through the entrance? But the hidden passage? When you see a hole, you want to know where it leads. It's human nature.
I never heard of that.
This time I saw a balance beam in the stockroom, so I took a piece of wood with me as a souvenir.
Objection!
It doesn't make sense. What's the point of taking a piece of wood as a souvenir? Huh? It's up to me, not you, okay? Ah! The point is the second time. That's when an American player just started a performance, around a few minutes past 3.
A few minutes past 3. It was shortly after Saint's English was captured.
Let me look at my evidence. Man, this really does sound like boss music. The OST that's playing right now. I discovered a big hole.
Wait a sec.
You mean you've been telling lies all the time?
Who knows? Figure it out yourselves.
Well, I'm still questioning, you know.
I've answered, haven't I?
Alright.
Okay, that was it. Oh, that's it. Oh, I'm supposed to just press everything. Yeah, cause I can't really find any openings.
So, have you finished your questions?
That's impossible. Her testimony's flawless. Although some of her explanation is a bit far-fetched, I don't have any solid evidence to refute her.
Defense. Where's objection? I've been waiting for it.
Well, I need to think about it.
Huh. It seems like all the momentum of that man just vanished. In that case, let me tell you something interesting. In your country, there's an idiom called, "Don't pursue a desperate foe." But that's the last phrase I like. When facing an enemy on the verge of death, I never miss the chance to deliver the final blow.
What do you want to do?
Hey, prosecutor, if the police in your country are truly professional, you should have got that right. What? How to call it? Such professional terms are really giving me trouble. It's like ballistic or something.
Do you mean ballistic analysis?
Yes, that's it. Prosecutor, if you have it, why don't you show it to everyone?
The prosecution did mention that when the trial began.
He had a period of military service, although the military identification number could not be ascertained. It can demonstrate the defendant's capability to commit the crime. Furthermore, based on the ballistic analysis of the crime scene, the trajectory of the bullet matches the defendant's height.
Shit. Oh no, it means...
What are you talking about?
Ballistic analysis refers to the reconstruction of the positions of all parties involved, and the path of the bullet, by precise measurements of traces left at the crime scene.
Oh, Prosecutor Ray, is there any other evidence you've been hiding?
We do have an analysis report, but it won't help to present it during the trial. Huh? Why don't you tell us why it won't help? Obviously, it's because the conclusion of this report completely aligns with the defendant's possible... God.
Huh? What happened?
The report is right here. You could see it for yourselves.
Bullet Trajectory Restoration Report. Based on the bullet trace at the scene, the victim, Caliburn Stone, was shot while standing. The shooting distance was 1.63 meters. The position of the gunshot wound was 1.39 meters from the ground, and the shooting height was 1.56 meters.
Shooting distance, 1.63 meters. Height of injury, 1.39 meters. Shooting height, 1.56 meters?
By the way, Erica is 5 feet 1 inch tall, which is 1.55 meters, that's it.
How is this possible?
Hey, are you suggesting that I raised the pistol above my head and then fired? How foolish.
Order! Order!
Objection!
What if you were wearing high heels or standing on something? Huh? Miss Prosecutor is helping the defense refute me. Your stance seems completely confused, doesn't it? I went to participate in gymnastics competitions. How could I possibly wear high heels? Moreover, it clearly states in the report that the victim was killed while standing. Would he wait for me to bring a chair, step on it, and then shoot him?
Could it be? I was wrong? The shooting height does match Saint English's height. Even if the murderer is not him, it couldn't be this petite girl in front of me. Could it be? All my reasoning is incorrect. But if that's the case, who could be the murderer in this case? No. I can't think of any other possible suspects at all. No one has both a reasonable motive and a suitable time to commit the crime. What if the murderer is really Saint English? Did everything I've done from the beginning just go to waste?
Alright, I've told you everything I know. May I leave now?
Objection!
No, you can't leave. You're definitely the head of Sky Shield who has committed countless murders. Your Honor, we must detain her no matter what. Oh, I admire your passion. Unfortunately, the courtroom doesn't resolve around your will. Mr. Beard, what's your opinion?
The existing evidence does not prove any wrongdoing of the witness. The court has no choice but to let her leave.
What? Hey, lawyer, don't just sit there like a fool. Do something.
I was at a loss, but I didn't expect even the prosecutor to be counting on me. The priority is not to prove the defendant innocent, but to keep this girl under the control of the court. Is there any other way?
Defense, if you remain silent, the court will allow the witness to leave.
Wait, please, Your Honor. I have something to say. Your Honor, what I want to say is...
Shit. Continue to accuse her of a murder. Continue to accuse her of her involvement in an international criminal organization. Accuse her of other charges. What other charges are you accused of? I mean, there's not showing the body earlier, but... Chooser... I mean, we don't have evidence to link her. We don't really have any evidence to link her to Sky Shield. Random bullshit go?
No, the activities of Sky Shield's heads are extremely secretive, and the police investigation yielded no clues. Detective Stone paid a great price just to get Sane's English on something, proving that the girl in front of us, the Snowflake, is probably harder than reaching the moon. Thinking it over, is there any other way?
Okay. Accuse her of other charges?
Witness, although we cannot find direct evidence linking you to the murder, the crime you have committed goes beyond that.
What? What new charges are you trying to fabricate?
It's not fabricating this time, because everyone in the courtroom can testify. Since you entered the courtroom, you have repeatedly lied on the witness stand. The judge has warned you about it, but you have disregarded it. In our laws, there is a charge called perjury.
Oh, really? Your Honor, the witness has been flip-flopping and equivocating in her testimony, which we have all witnessed. It's enough to bring a prosecution against her for making false statements multiple times in such a serious criminal case.
Order, order. That's an unexpected turn, but your point does make some sense. If based on the charge of perjury, it is indeed justifiable to exercise control over the witness.
Oh, I see. Should I call you Witty Fox or Cornered Beast? You guys are quite interesting. Perjury? Nice try. Unfortunately, it's useless. Your time has run out. What are you talking about?
Oh shit. It's the embassy. Please halt the trial. Immediately.
What's going on? Who are you, sir? Bailiff, what are you doing? How can you allow others to trespass in the courtroom?
I'm terribly sorry, but this gentleman is holding a letter from the Minister of Justice.
What?
The situation is urgent, so I couldn't follow the proper procedures. I apologize for any inconvenience, Your Honor. My name is Justice Kaeda. I am the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Neon.
What? He's a high-ranking official of Neon?
Order! Order! The case is currently being tried on this court has no direct connection to your country. Why would you come here?
Forgive me. Just now, both our embassy and your country's police received a message from the criminal organization Sky Shield. My son, Galaxy, came to your country with me to watch the Universal Games. Has been kidnapped by the organization.
What? What?
At this moment, my son is being held captive in an underground facility called Foxtail Mine. Sky Shield has demanded an immediate halt to this trial as condition for releasing my son.
This trial?
Exactly. The police in your country hope that you can all agree. Oh wait, no, I didn't say that right. Exactly. The police in your country hope that you all can agree to it, to buy time for the rescue operation. The Minister of Justice in your country has approved it. Please do us this favor.
What did you just say? Halt the trial?
Immediately?
Order! Order! I see. The letter from the Minister of Justice indeed contains explicit instructions. Postponing the trial won't do harm to justice. The safety of the hostages is of the utmost importance at this moment. Therefore, the trial of this case is suspended right now.
Is all of this part of Sky Shield's plan? Did Erika Kuzio know from the beginning that it would turn out like this?
I declare that the court is now adjourned. The resumption time will be announced.
Hold it!
The witness. Where is she?
What? Kuzio, disappeared.
What's going on? Why did it suddenly go dark?
Everyone remain calm and do not panic. It's probably just a power outage.
Your Honor, we were attacked by the witness just now.
What?
She injured 2 bailiffs with a wooden stick and ran towards the control room of the main power.
Blatantly attacking the police? So she is indeed Snowflake. Wait. Where's the defendant?
He should still be in the defendant's lobby.
Ah, right. I brought that with me before leaving the office. Where did I put it? It's here. What are you doing? It's so dazzling. Sorry about that. It's a military flashlight. Just bear with it for now. Do you know where Prosecutor Schubert is?
You said you would gather some information from the defendant?
As I expected. This is the worst situation. Can you see the way? Hurry up and follow me.
Huh? Me?
Yes, no time to explain. If we don't hurry... What?
It sounds like a gunshot, coming from the corridor.
The defendant might escape. Everyone, be careful. What kind of gun is that sound coming from? Why does it sound so familiar?
No, I'm guessing this is how Schubert's dead. How Schubert's dad died.
Here in the defendant lobby? The gunshot seems to have come from here.
The members of Sky Shield might still be inside. Everyone be on guard.
Break down the door.
Oh.
Mr. Schubert, what happened?
Chief Thomas?
Help! Help! Somebody's hurt!
I didn't want to admit it, but the moment the door was opened, I smelled the pervasive scent of blood in the air. Even without getting closer, I could tell that it's possible for the 3 people in front of me to survive. Calm down. He's dead.
No, impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Secure the scene now. You two, please step back as well.
No, Mr. Schubert!
Man, she killed all 3 of them.
We will. Please allow us to take one last look. The defendant of the case, along with the lawyer and prosecutor, all died in the court. This case, interrupted due to a kidnapping, never resumed its proceedings. After all, the deceased defendant couldn't face trial anymore. Think it over. What is the meaning of the law to you? I never thought the admonition from Chief during the recess would become his last words to me. The tragedy occurred on July 6th and originated from court number 1, thus called Incident number 761. The Universal Games continued after that, but the police faced enormous pressure. Due to the lack of evidence, the case was hastily concluded. The closing report only stated all 3 people died together. The only good news was the success of the police's assault on the Foxtail mine. The kidnapped citizen of the Republic of Neon, Galaxy Kaeda, was eventually rescued safely. The sun rises and sets in front of the court. Time doesn't pause a minute for this tragedy. I inherited Chief Tom's law office and, according to his last wish, changed its name. Just 1 year later, a shocking air disaster occurred in the Republic of Neon. All crew members and passengers perished, in a total of 134. And the name Erika Kujio appeared on the list of victims. The last clue related to that incident vanished. Who killed Detective Stone in Apex Stadium? How was Sky Shield able to create a kidnapping at the precise moment to suspend the trial? What happened in the defendant lobby during the power outage? These questions may remain mysteries forever. As time goes by, this unprecedented tragedy in the legal world gradually faded from people's memory. But for those who experienced it all, the journey to find the truth has begun. We will never give up, even if the truth of the incident has fallen into the abyss. When I came to myself, I realized I ended up back here. It's been over 5 years since incident number 761. It's become routine for me to visit this evidence room at the end of every year. I know these pieces of evidence by heart, but I still can't resist browsing through them when they come to mind. Chief Thomas, Prosecutor Schubert, how are you doing in heaven? Well, well, even I become sentimental.
December 23rd, 1:50 p.m. Evidence room.
Ugh, things are almost organized. Luna must have taken a good rest. Solving Annie's case is more urgent than dwelling on the past. I need to hurry back to the office. What was that? The courthouse should be quiet. Why would there be drumming and banging? Again?
Oh fuck, I gave him the same voice. Ah, shit.
Huh? Did that noise come from his headphones? Are his ears okay? Hello? Can you hear me? I said, hello?
Oh man, I gave him the same voice as Charlie. Ah!
You're noisy. Much less noisy than your headphones. The hair color and those eyes. You're Prosecutor Schubert's son, aren't you? I'm Charlie Drake. Do you remember? You don't remember? I was... Lawyer, got it. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. No, nice to see you. Well, well. He seems hard to deal with. What's this, a tropical plant? I never saw such a species. If it is, it probably wouldn't survive in a pod like this. And those fruits, are they coconuts or eggs? It would look nice if I draw some faces on them.
Yeah. That's a Pokemon reference.
Wait, have I seen it before? I remember. Isn't this the cactus called the Despairing King from 5 years ago? No tag on the pot. This is not evidence from any case. Maybe no one claimed it after the case, so Baylor's just kept it here. Poor thing. So, you still remember me? Forget any witness to the incident number 761. I see. Back then, he was still in college, right? It was not until the police questioning that I was told that he was in the audience that day. He's also a victim of that incident. You have not given up either. Yes, even though the killer of Chief Thomas and Prosecutor Schubert. Sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's okay. It's been 5 years. I mean, even though the identity of the killer is clear, the whole incident is full of doubts. Indeed. At the end of every year, the court sends evidence they no longer need to the police station. To keep the evidence of incident number 761 safe, I come here to move them away temporarily. It's also a reminder to myself not to forget about those things. I see. It's all thanks to you that they can be kept safe. Oh no, it's nothing. You don't have to be polite. So polite. Respect should be given to those who deserve it. And how would you talk to someone that doesn't deserve it? By the way, you're already a prosecutor, right? What brings you here? Same as you. Just come to take a look at the end of every year. That's all. So we are the same. We have also almost the same voice. Speaking of incident number 761, have you made any discoveries over the years? Not at all. I see. Back then, the prosecutor at the time and I were the first ones to discover the bodies. Judging from the scene, it's clear who killed our seniors. Saints English, or rather Cerberus, the third-ranking head of Sky Shield. That's right. The weapon he used was an assembled wooden knife. He pre-split the weapon into thin wooden blades and firmly attached them to himself. Neither the courthouse security nor the pre-detention cert detected it. And at that time, He was still wearing handcuffs, so the two bailiffs guarding the door didn't think he posed any danger. So when the courthouse lost power, the bailiffs also left their post to join the search for whoever caused the blackout. With only 3 people left in the dark room, the guy saw his chance. The wounds matched perfectly. He was still holding the weapon when he died. No one else could have been the killer. Indeed, only someone like him, a former Special Forces soldier, could come up with such a way to conceal a weapon. The most confusing part of the case is the death of Sains English himself. After all, his fatal wound was a gunshot. The defense attacked the 2 victims while fleeing. They fought back, and all 3 ultimately died together. That's the conclusion in the case report. Yes, but everyone who experienced the incident knows that the conclusion is absolutely wrong. Based on the rifling tests, the bullet found in him was fired from a service pistol of Detective Stone. That pistol was kept as evidence in the courtroom the whole time, and no one could have taken it in plain sight. The only opportunity to obtain the weapon was in the split second when the power was cut off. And that time, all 3 victims were in the lobby several dozen meters away. No one could have reached it. Besides, the pistol went missing after the incident. Indeed, the police couldn't find any trace of the pistol at the scene. Its whereabouts remain a mystery to this day. But on the other hand, the basis for closing the case was the gunpowder reaction detected on Prosecutor Schubert's right hand. It's reasonable for the police to conclude that he shot Sains English. If it was an outsider who snuck into the scene after the incident and took the weapon, it makes sense. It doesn't. Huh? Why? My father absolutely did not shoot him. Why are you so sure? Do you have any new leads? No, I just know. Let's talk about something else. Okay? When it comes to the past, the atmosphere somehow becomes heavy. I don't like it. Agreed. By the way, I remember 5 years ago. You weren't studying anything related to law, were you? No, I was studying composition at the time. Not surprised at all. From a composer to a prosecutor, it must be difficult to adapt to such a sudden change, right? I've seen a lot, so it wasn't hard to pick up. I also have to thank Prosecutor Ray for taking care of me. Prosecutor Ray? Stella Ray? She takes care of others. What a surprise. Different paths, but the same end. If someone can excel in music, they can do well in law too. You can't be like someone who comes from a legal background, but always fumbles in court. Is it my imagination? Is he hinting at someone I know? So, now that you're a prosecutor, maybe one day we'll meet in court? Really? I look forward to it. Oh, is that so? Well, me too. Ugh, I just feel like I'm not on the same page with this guy. Well, it's getting late. I need to head back to the office and check on another lawyer. Feel free. Alright then, see you next time. Wait, what? How about I keep the evidence from Incident 761 this year? No problem. It doesn't matter who takes care of it. I take it and put it back every year anyway. But what do you plan to do with him? It's confidential for now. Alright, as long as you keep them safe. Watch him be a member of Sky Shield. I'm just kidding now. I don't think he is a member of Sky Shield. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, Prosecutor Silas Schubert. He's quite a complex guy. Compared to the mature and wise Prosecutor Schubert back then, the junior Prosecutor Schubert is a bit unpredictable. Never mind, I can't waste any more time. I need to hurry back to the office. Huh? What's in this plastic bag? Bullets, photos, wooden sticks, and a fingerprint lock. Oh no, I was so focused on giving him the items from the incident number 761, I forgot to give him the evidence from the murder case of Detective Stone. Well, even though I doubt it'll be of any use, I better take care of it for now.
December 23rd, 2:24 p.m. Drake Thomas Co. Alright, and I think we'll end it here. Oh yeah, we're in part 2. Yep. Yeah, it's a good stopping point for now. Anyway, farewell for now.